Hey, what is up, y'all? Welcome to Game Day with Heavy Cardboard. Teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy board games, war games, 18xx. I am your host, Edward Euler. Happy to be joined, virtually at least, a couple of friends of mine. That's your cue.
I'm Ken.
I'm Greg.
I think we didn't know which one was supposed to go first.
Well,
there.
see,
I knew which one.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. All right.
All right.
So today we are bringing y'all Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles, Episode 1, designed by Richard Amon, Thomas Van Ginst, Anthony Haugego, Victor Peter, Wolf Planky, and David Terzi, and published by Mindclash Games. So Mindclash also very kindly provided us with this prototype of the game and sponsored this playthrough. So thanks to Dorka, Victor, and everybody over at Mindclash Games. So welcome everybody watching live around the world, as well as after the fact. Before we get started, a big thanks to all our patrons who helped make all of this possible. Without my patrons, this ain't happening. I want to give a special shout out to Lars Toft. Say thanks for being a patron and choosing to support the show. Quick reminder, if you enjoy the show tonight, give it a thumb down below, subscribe, hit the bell notification, all that good stuff. And you can go to pledgehc.com, support the show there. Last but not least, before we get started, tonight we have a prototype of the game. So everything that you see is subject to change. Now, I do have some of the 3D printed minis for various things, and I will show those at the end of the stream tonight. So if you guys remind me of that. But as it is, all the artwork, all of the components, just everything that you see tonight is a prototype. So keep that in mind, that things are subject to change. And the reason that is because Kickstarter is going to be starting next week, and there's a link down in the description below. So check that out if you guys enjoy the stream this evening. So without further ado, yeah, we busted this out. And yeah, I think folks are really going to enjoy this, don't you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. So there you go. And no, thankfully, there are no dino nukes with Ken in the game. Thankfully. All right. Now, I do know that some of the folks from Mindclash are supposed to be in chat with us this evening as well. So keep that in mind. So if you guys have any questions about production or the Kickstarter or anything like that, hopefully they will be in there to be able to answer those questions. Because I know that Victor and Richard just finished with a interview over on Gaming Rules for to talk about the Kickstarter coming. So they're supposed to be coming over here as well. So I'm ready. Fellas, y'all ready?
Let's do it.
All right.
Oh.
Hopefully everybody in chat is ready. So here we go. Let's get into Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles, Episode 1. All right. All right. And real quick, if anybody's having any issues with the stream or anything, be sure to refresh. Take a look. Have it on 1080p 60. That hopefully will help. And here we go. As an ambitious, charismatic survivor of the shipwrecked Pearl of the Sea luxury liner, you set foot on the mysterious island with the bravest pioneers of the ship. Your fear and uncertainty is quickly replaced by eager anticipation. This is the adventure you've been waiting for your whole life. Following the guidance of the ship's senior officers, you take part in both organizing the defenses against the fierce, strange beasts inhabiting the land and sowing the seeds of a new society. Your efforts will not go unnoticed. Everything you do for the community will earn you followers, and with enough people rallying behind you, you will be a force to be reckoned with in this strange new land. Perseverance, Castaway Chronicles includes first 2 episodes in a series of Euro-style dice drafting, dice placement strategy games. The saga will ultimately consist of 4 episodes telling the story of a group of survivors becoming a mighty civilization on a hostile island. As each episode features unique characteristics and a different game feel, they're playable as standalone medium-heavy games, but also as a contiguous campaign. The theme and story unfolds through evolving game mechanisms across the episodes, also making the rules easier to learn. In the campaign mode, the outcome of each episode influences the next, but the game has no legacy elements and no hidden rules. The whole storyline is infinitely replayable. In episode 1, which we are featuring tonight, we are striving to develop and protect the foothold town of Perseverance, besieged by the dinosaurs of the island. By building walls, traps, and settlements, mounting defenses, and partaking in the early political power struggles of a forming community, players gain followers to establish themselves as leaders. Episode 1 introduces the signature dice placement area majority mechanism that evolves and spans through the series, and also features a defense mechanism against waves of attacking dinosaurs unique to this episode that are invaders right now. All right, so as I said, tonight we are playing episode 1. Now, when we play episode 2 tomorrow, even though it does have tie-ins with this, they are standalone games. So what happens in this game tonight is not going to affect tomorrow's standalone game. They are individual games. So keep that in mind for those joining us both tonight and tomorrow. All right, so what is it you guys are looking for? All right, or looking at. First off, on the main board, we have 4 columns or zones and 2 areas. Now, there's column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. The 4 columns represent different zones of early footholds of the Perseverance settlement. There's sustenance, as written right here. There's training, there's expansion, and there's protection. Then there are 2 areas that kind of split the board roughly in half, top and bottom. The top half is the defense area. Now, these are going to be dino spaces and trap areas, and then there are wall spaces, and then there are soldier spaces down below. Then in the bottom half of the board down here, this is the community area. This is where all of our dice, so our dice spaces are going to go. We have our dice supply. We have our settlement spaces, which are up through the various areas up through here. Now, some of the spaces for dinos are actually underneath and blocked off for right now, and these and some settlement spaces will become available as the game goes along. Over here on the left-hand side of the board, you guys will see the assembly board. So we have the assembly board over here that consists of the 3 assembly scoring tiles as well as the assembly reward tiles. Then down below that, we have the combat rewards board over here. We have some grateful citizen markers, and 3 of these will be blocked off at the beginning of the game for each individual game, but as it is, I figure I would show you guys all of these as we go, all right? Now, if we go back a little bit back up, you guys can see that we have the patrol deck. Now, the patrol deck is actually going to be off camera over here, but we have the patrol deck, and we have a couple of the patrol supply, or the patrol display, as it were, over here. So the 2 cards that are out and available. Then we have the 2 challenge decks for light and heavy soldiers whenever they go on patrol. Then down below, we have the officer tiles. These officer tiles will come into play for majorities later on. And then there are various other dice that are actually off camera and will come into play as we go along throughout the game. Then we have our player tableaus. Now, on our player tableaus, which mine is over in this area, each player has a symmetric player board in their player color and it also represents their faction and the leader of that faction. So as you can see, I'm playing as Jack, more or less, because yellow, and that is the little Jack standee, as it were. There are 3 tracks on each of our boards. There is a Valor track on the top, so that red kind of Star Trek-y symbol is the Valor track. Then we have the Safeguard, which is the purple with the crossed arms. And then we have the Vote track down below that. In addition to that, on the rest of our board over here, we have space for resources. And there are essentially 4 different types of resources in this game. There is food, there are modern resources, and there are stories. In addition to that, there are soldiers, and there are 2 types of soldiers. There are light soldiers, which are the yellow soldiers, and there are blue soldiers, which are the heavy soldiers. Now, at the beginning of the game, each of us starts with 1 food, 1 modern resource, and 2 stories, as well as 1 light soldier, and you always have your leader. Now, the reason I have these laying down is simply for the fact that because we're streaming, it's a whole lot easier for y'all to see when they lay down as opposed to when they are face up and standing up, all right? In addition to all of those things, every player has dice in their player color. They have walls, they have settlements, they have officer influence markers, and they have 2 different types of traps, raptor traps and trampler traps. So that's everything that you guys are looking at here on the main or on the board and that the game presents, all right? But what is it we're actually trying to do in Perseverance? Well, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but basically what we're doing is, at least in episode 1, is we're taking turns selecting dice to gather resources and build up our settlements up through here, as well as defenses up through here to stop the inevitable dino attacks that are going to be coming from the various areas up there. And we're all doing this to be able to gain followers. So one thing that I didn't mention as well is if you take a look again at my player tableau area, everybody also has a follower tracker. That's basically a victory point counter is what it is. Everybody starts with 10 followers or victory points. We'll probably use those terms interchangeably. Just know followers are victory points. Victory points are followers. All right. So anytime you see the thumb up symbol, that represents victory points in this game, which is ultimately what the goal of the game is. So take dice, place dice, get stuff, do stuff, build up defenses, fight dinos, get followers, which is points. There you go. So big picture, that's what it is that we're looking to do here in Perseverance Chapter 1. Okay, so now that you got the gist of it, how do you actually play it? Well, in Perseverance, Episode 1, the game is played over a series of cycles, depending on the number of players, which in a 3 or a 4 player game is 3 cycles. Now you know this because there are going to be 3 scoring tiles out here. So whenever we have an assembly, and I'm getting a little ahead of myself, assembly 1, assembly 2, assembly 3, then we go into final scoring from there. All right. Each cycle consists of player turns, starting with the first player and continuing clockwise until the dice pool is empty. On each player's turn, there are 4 phases that always follow the same order. Those are resolve a patrol card, potentially, then a primary action, then a secondary action, and then an end of turn set or phase from there. If at the end of your turn, there are no dice available here in the dice pool, this triggers an assembly which represents the elections of a community leader for the upcoming cycle. In other words, to get victory points. You go through the assembly steps, then continue with more player turns, rinse and repeat for a total of 3 cycles, then you go into final scoring. So, step 1, resolve a patrol card, as you guys can see right here. But that's not gonna, unless you have context, that's not gonna work for y'all. So I'm gonna double back on resolving a patrol card later on. So we're gonna skip that. Just know that's step 1. Step 2, however, is a primary action. So basically what it is, as you see there, place a specialist dice, specialist die, place dinos, and then resolve an action. But there's more to it than just that. So let's go ahead. We're going to talk about the bottom part of the board here, as you guys can see there. All right. First and foremost, there are essentially 4 different colors of dice. There are neutral dice, or the white dice, whatever you want to call them there, but neutral dice here, and in a 3-player game, there's going to be 8 of those at the start of the game. Then each player will also have 1 die in a player color as well, and I assume that those are going to be upgraded. These are just stickered dice for the prototype as it is, all right? So, step 1 is you must choose a die from the available dice pool. Well, if you're the first player, you have all of those. Your own color or neutral die is free to use. So me playing yellow, I can either have one of the neutral die or a yellow one there. Okay, easy enough. If you choose another player color die, it's going to cost you 2 followers. So again, that means I would have to drop down from 10 victory points to 8 victory points to use either a red or a blue die. Regardless of what you choose, you may spend 1 story resource to change the die face to any other die face. Now, what are story resources? Remember, everyone starts with 2 of those, so you start with 2, and you can discard 1 to change the die face to any other die face that you wish. Now, if you take a look, and we'll just use one of these dice, you may or may not thematically care about what the various things are, but this symbol is a backpack, which represents adventurers. Then we have hammers, which are represent innovators. Then we have notebooks. There we go. And the notebooks represent negotiators. And last but not least, we have bullhorns, which represent organizers. Or you could just think of them as backpacks, notebooks, hammers, and bullhorns, whichever floats your boat, all right? So first things first, you're going to choose a die, either, again, your own color or a neutral die for free or pay 2 victory points. And whatever the face is showing, or you spend a story to choose the other die face that you wish. Then you have to decide where to place the die. In a location that has a matching die face, it must go to the matching face if possible. If it doesn't match, then to an empty space. So, okay, let's say I choose this backpack face. And if I choose to come over into the patrol area, there are various worker placement spaces, the square spaces, as you can see over here, as well as some down here for the settle action. If I choose to go into the patrol location, then I have to place this backpack onto one of the 2 backpack areas. I cannot go onto that empty space unless both of these are already covered. However, I am not limited to go to the patrol spot or to the salvage spot that has a backpack space. I can go to any of these available spaces if they're empty here. So for instance, I want to take a military action, I can place a backpack either there, I could place it there, I could place it there. But if it has a backpack spot, you must go to one of those first, then you can go to an empty space. Or if I had chosen a hammer, for instance, then it doesn't have a backpack there, I could place the hammer on the empty space. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right. So once you have chosen where to place the die, you then have to place the dinos that are shown next to the space that you placed your die. So the worker placement-esque. So if I chose to place this backpack on that spot, then I would have to place 1 trampler dino and 1 raptor dino. If I went onto this space, that represents the dino die. So the dino die means I'm going to have to roll, and we're going to place 1 trampler. If I had rolled a raptor, we place 1 raptor. If I had rolled 2 tramplers, we would put 2 tramplers up there on the board, okay? And I'll go through these steps here in a little bit, but I kind of want to just focus on this area for right now, all right? Dinos are placed in the order shown top to bottom in the same area as the selected action. So let's get back to this. If I placed, say up here, and that is 1 trampler and one raptor. We read top to bottom, left to right. So, okay, so it'll be a trampler and a raptor. Now, that is in the sustenance zone, so in the far left zone. So what that means is, since we have it here, we're going to place literally one trampler and one raptor in that area. What does that look like? Well, the tramplers look like these, and these are just standees. And again, they're probably, my guess, going to be minis later on, but I digress. So, trampler, we're just going to go ahead and put that bad boy right there to represent that he went there. Then we need to place a raptor, like so, in the second place. And again, I could stand these up, but top-down camera, you guys won't be able to see what kind of dinos they are, so therefore we're going to lay them down like that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, so again, top to bottom, in the same area as selected, and we have to follow the arrows for placement, all right? So if we take a look in that same area up there, you notice that there is, we read left to right, so we start over here, and then there is an arrow pointing to the right, so we fill this spot first, then here, then come down, then no spot, and then we go to that there. And as we go along, as that gets uncovered, then it will come down to here, and then it will come down to there. All right, so you always fill following the arrows, and the dinos do not push. What I mean by that is, if we had a trampler there and we had a raptor there, the next one just gets placed there. We don't push these and it doesn't feed from behind. It's simply you place the next one here, then the next one here, so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. Now, if you are supposed to place more dinos than there are spaces, you just ignore the extra dinos. And if all the spaces shown have dinos for an area, they will attack at the end of the active player's turn. All right? So in other words, if these were already filled with some mix of dinos, say like that, and then we had to place a trampler, and then we had to place a raptor, all of those are now filled up. So therefore, at the end of that player's turn, me in this case, all of those dinos are going to attack. All right? So is that all clear? Does all that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
All right, good enough. Let me clear those bad boys off now. All right, so then, finally, after doing all of those steps, then you can actually carry out the action that you wanted to take when you actually placed your die there. All right? So let me rehash this. Choose a specialist die and then place it. Then place the applicable dinos. Then finally resolve the action. All right? So I think the next thing that makes the most sense is talk about what the various locations are, okay, for the various areas out here. So for the most part, we're going to talk about these left. No, I'm not even going to say that because that's a lie. Here we go. So any of these spaces here. So if you placed here, it requires notebook, anything. But again, it's raptor or a die. And again, you can place in either of these if you place a notebook. It's up to you, but they are worker placement. So in other words, if somebody's already placed on that one, then you can only place there if you have a notebook, so on and so forth. All right? All right. So if you go to those locations, you get 2 food. Pretty simple, okay? If you go to social aid, you get 1 modern resource and 1 food. If you go to any of the spaces for salvage, you get 2 resources, 2 modern resources. Those are simple, pretty straightforward, and pretty basic, all right? Yep. Moving on down here to the Scottish area, or I'm sorry, the pub. Sorry, I just saw Tony in chat. So if you go down here to the pub, you'll notice that you're going to place 1 raptor whenever you go there, and you're going to get 1 story. In addition to that, you're going to get 1 additional story for every player-colored die that you have out on the board already. We all start with 1, but there will be a possibility of being able to get up to 4 more of your own player color out on the board for a total of 5. So if I had all 5 of my dice out there, I would get 1 plus 5, so I would get a total of 6 stories onto my player board. Easy enough? All right, good. Those 2 done. Patrol, we're going to circle back to as the last action, all right? All right, So now let's go ahead and talk about one of the meat actions of the game here, which is the military action. So you see right here, it shows a little hand and it says 3 times. What that means is you must choose, or may choose, up to 3 of these, and they must be different whenever you choose. So I cannot do the top one multiple times. I can do the top one, but then I have to choose other ones for my subsequent 3 or other 2 of my 3 actions. So what are these? This is get a light soldier. A light soldier, pretty simple. You just get one, put it onto your player board. Okay, easy enough. The next one is pay a food and get a light soldier. So just like this, just worse. But so in other words, you can get 2 light soldiers for 1 food as 2 of your 3 actions. You can pay a modern resource to get a heavy soldier. A heavy soldier is theoretically twice as good as a light soldier. Or you can pay 1 story. So anytime you see this little red squiggly arrow, that means pay. For 1 story, you can turn in a light soldier into a heavy soldier. All right? And you can do that up to 2 different times. Okay? All right? Pay a soldier and you can place 2, pay a story and you can place up to 2 soldiers. Where do you place soldiers? Well, I'm glad you asked. You can place in the soldier area, which is going to be up here. And I'll talk about that more here in a little bit. Okay? All right. The last action is you can pay 1 follower. Remember, followers are victory points. So I could drop from 10 to 9 to be able to get a story. And you can do these in any order. They just have to be a maximum of 3 and they all have to be different. So for instance, I could, if I wanted, let's say I had a couple of soldiers already, I could lose a point to get a story, and then I could pay that story that I just got to place those 2 soldiers out on the board. Does all that make sense?
Yep.
All right. And now I will go ahead and talk about placing soldiers. So whenever you can place soldiers, so what this symbol right here represents, the number is the number of soldiers maximum in this case, and the arrow down means place, and it's either light or heavy soldiers. So as I mentioned earlier, it has to do with this area up here, which is defense for the upcoming dino horde that is going to be coming down. So if you have some soldiers over here on your board like so, you then can place 2 of them. Now, the military action is this zone. However, it does allow you to place anywhere that aren't already claimed by other soldiers or leaders. So on your turn, you could say, hey, as one of those 3 actions under military, I'm going to pay a story to place 2 soldiers. So if I choose to place a soldier here, again, laying them down just because camera, so normally it'd go like so. But you can place in any of the available 6 spots in one of the 4 zones. And when you place out there, you're either going to get 1 valor, and the valor has to do with your player board, as I mentioned earlier. So again, looking at this, so you have, if I placed on the valor, I would get 1 valor. If I placed on the safeguard, I would get 1 safeguard whenever I place a soldier, regardless of whether it's a light soldier or a heavy soldier. All right. So if I wanted, again, going back up here, I place 1 there, and maybe I place, say, 1 there. So I would get 1 valor and I would get 1 safeguard, which means I would get 1 and I would get 1. Boom. Easy enough. Any questions about placing soldiers? I'll talk about the why later on, though. Okay? All right.
Okay.
All right. So let's get back to now the community board, which is our actions. All right. So we have talked about rations. We've talked about the favorite Scottish place. We have talked about the military. We're coming back to the patrol. And we talked about these 2. All right. Let's go and talk about politics. Or at least in-game politics, as it were. So whenever you place up here, whether it be a book or something else, remember, place dinos. But what this action says is you can choose 1 of these. You either choose the top row or the bottom row. So the top row says you pay 1 food, and then you can exchange 1 neutral die for 1 player color die of your player color. And so we'll start with that. So let's say I I went here, I had placed this, I will have placed a trampler dino, as you can see there, and then I said I'm going to do the top. I will pay 1 food from my player board into the general supply, and then I can choose any one available die already out here, all right? And then I can choose, or I place one of my own dice to replace it. So let's say I choose the backpack one, I find the backpack symbol, I turn that into a backpack, and this die is permanently removed from the game. So what started with 8 neutral dice now is going to be 7 neutral dice. Again, that's going to be player number dependent, but as it is. So I now have 2 color dice in my player color, like so. Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right. In addition to that, then I'm going to score 1 follower for every of my player color dice that is out on the board, whether they're already placed out here in various locations or whether they're in the die pool. So in this case, I have 2 player yellow dice, so therefore I would get 2 followers. And again, 2 points here. All right. So the bottom option is you can place, or you can spend 1 food and 1 story to then replace 1 die that's on the board, meaning in the die pool, or one that's already placed. So I replace, maybe instead of doing that bottom one, and that was a backpack, let's say, all right? So then I say instead I'm going to do the bottom action, and I'm going to replace this one. All right, so there I will kick that out. That is permanently removed, and that is now a yellow die for the remainder of the game. Okay? All right, and I will score 2 followers regardless of how many yellow dice are out here on the board. Any questions about politics as it pertains to Perseverance?
Yeah, good catch. No.
All right. All right, let's go and talk about settle action now. Settle is how we're going to be able to place our, wait for it, settlements out on the board. Settlements have to do with these locations out here in the middle of the board. So you'll notice there is 1 symbol for each of the 4 symbols out here, and they have a specific distribution of dinos that are going to come out. And again, that distribution, since it's in the settle, they would come out in this area right here. All right. So this says you choose 1 of these, spend 1 food, place a settlement, and take whatever the bonus is, or pay 1 of each of the 3 resources that are in the game, and you can do the exact same thing and you get a bonus of whatever you placed on. However, you can place a 2nd settlement, but you do not get the bonus for the 2nd placement. So what does that mean? Well, if we just take a look at this area here, they're all identical except they have to do with the resource that is tied to that area. That's the only difference. So the first spot, we're all going to place 1 out here. Again, it's a 3-player game, so 3 of these spots will be taken up at the beginning of the game. But as it is, get 1 vote, all right, or 2 votes. And again, votes are tracked down here, and that has to do with the assembly phase when we get into the assembly phase. So votes are there. This is place an influence cube. An influence cube is going to be placed down here on the officer tiles, where we're also going to be placing 1 of these to start, and this is also going to trigger when it comes to the assembly phase. More on that here in a little bit. So wherever you place a settlement, provided it's not the 2nd one, you're going to be able to take 1 of these bonuses, be it votes, be it influence cubes, or the resource that is associated with that area. So you notice here that shows 1 story, because expansion has to do with the story. Training is going to be, you're going to get 1 light soldier. The sustenance area is food, and the protection is going to be a modern resource. So that's the only difference between those. Later on, as the game progresses, we're going to remove these coverings, and then you'll notice it's double resource, or 3 safeguard, or return a leader. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Or place out 3 soldiers up into the defense area, all right? And one other thing I should point out, that whenever you place soldiers out on the board, they can go, as I did, like this. You can split them up between the various areas or zones in the game. All right, so that was a whole lot of words to go through all those, but is there any question now about the settle action there?
No.
All right.
Nope.
The last one we need to talk about, other than the patrol, is the fortifications. You can do 2 of these, but they must be different ones. All right. This is placing traps. This is potentially going to kill dinos during their attack. So traps, again, there are 2 types of traps. There are either raptor or trampler traps. All right. Pay a food and place a trap, and you get 1 valor when you do that, the valor track on your board. Pay 1 modern resource, and you can place a wall. Out here on the board, there are 3 different locations for wall spaces out here. All right. And those are basically permanent chances to kill an invading dino, is essentially what that is. And last but not least, you can pay a story and a story and a modern resource to place a wall and score 2 followers as well. So those are all of the actions that are available during your primary phase. So choose a die, place it, then place dinos, then take the action. The end. That is your primary action, except for the patrol action. All right. So the patrol has to do with the patrol cards. So when you place a die here, you do the normal things, you match it up, whatever, you place dinos, and then we're going to take a look at the patrol cards. At any given time, there are going to be 2 patrol cards that are on the display and available to choose. You cannot choose mystery meat, i.e. the top of the deck. You can only choose from those that are on display, all right? So let's look at the anatomy of these cards. So in the top left-hand, or at the very top, you have the name, Clever Girl, or Cornered. This guy's just in a world of hurt, by the way. So not only that, but in the top left-hand corner, you have the minimum number of soldiers that are required to go on that patrol to a maximum of 8. The rule is always you can place up to 8 soldiers. Well, we all start with 1 soldier on our board. So you will have had to have acquired some more number of soldiers because the minimum on both of these cards is going to be 2. But you can place 2 to 8. Does not matter whether they are light or heavy soldiers, specifically to be able to go on a patrol. All right. Then that's it. So you will take this card and put it into your tableau. So let's say I go ahead and put it over into my tableau, and let's say I had a number of soldiers. Let's say I just put 2 soldiers on it like so. Boom, done. I have now gone on patrol. Nothing else happens because the very first thing that happens on your turn is resolve a patrol card. So at the beginning of my next turn, I will do exactly that. So let's go ahead and talk about how that works, shall we? All right. So first thing on your turn, resolve a patrol card. So we take a look at the patrol card. There already was a minimum number of soldiers on there. Then if it's a simple patrol card like this, which it only has 1 step, you simply do what it says. In this case, get 3 valor. 1, 2, 3. Done. That's it. So, in other words, these guys come back. I get to keep this card because there may be some scoring that's associated with it, so I'll just put it over there, and done. My patrol is over. Now, there are more involved patrols, and I will cover those as we draw those patrols as the game goes on, but there you go. Pretty simple. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. So, I realize I'm rehashing, but I'm trying to drive home the points. Resolve a patrol card, or at least the step of it. Then, do your primary action. Dice, dinos, resolve the action. Okay, we're halfway home. Now, a secondary action. Now, for a secondary action, there are really 4 options that you can take on your turn. Okay, 4. And they are all listed right here. Even though it only looks like 3, it's really 4. So the first one is place influence on officers. All right, so let's take a look again at the officers and we'll run through that. So there are 4 officers, and each of these was randomly assigned 1 area or 1 zone, okay? So in other words, the chief mate here has to do with the sustenance zone. The chief of security has to do with the training zone, etc., okay? So whenever you place influence for your secondary action, you may spend 0, 2, or 4 stories from your supply, and then you can place 1, 2, or 3 influence cubes. And the influence cubes are simply these little cubes right here, and you can place them onto there. So pretty simple. If I pay 0 as a secondary action, I can place 1 on there like so. Boom, done. If I had paid 2 stories, I could have placed 2. If I paid 4 stories, I could have placed 3. However, note you must always put, when you place in a single secondary action, they must always go on the same officer. So I can't go 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 2 there, 1 there. You can't do anything like that. It all has to go on the same officer. All right? So I will talk about these in a little bit more in detail. However, just know that if any time on an action you fill up that officer, whoever has the majority on there gets whatever the bonus is. So the chief mate says you get 1 food, you get 2 valor, you get a modern resource, or you get 2 safeguard there. Any questions on that secondary action?
Nope.
All right, easy enough. Second option is place a leader in either community or the defense area, as it shows there. So that's really 2 different options. So let's take a look at our board again. So if we put them in our leader, so everybody has 1 leader here that is in their player color. If they choose, there is a leader space in each of the 4 zones. So again, could go like that. We're just going to lay them down so to make it easy. When you place a leader there, it's as if you would place the die there, except the benefit is you don't attract the dinos. So you just basically get to do any one action in that area, as if you'd place the die there. So even if somebody had gone to the pub and that spot's empty, if you place your leader there, you can then take the pub action, for instance. Okay, that makes sense?
Yep.
All right, so here, but they are worker placement, meaning when someone's gone there, you cannot go to that location. So easy enough for the community area. The other option is if you go up to the defense area. Now, what your leader is essentially a indestructible heavy soldier. So if I place my leader there, I not only am going to get 1 safeguard, but because it's my leader, wherever I place them, I will get 2 of that bonus. So in this case, either 2 safeguard or 2 valor, whichever that may be. And it works the same as a heavy soldier, except your leaders can never be killed. Heavy soldiers and light soldiers can be killed. Okay? So placing them out there. Now I realize you guys don't have context yet as far as the Dino Attack goes, but that is 2 of the available options that you can take. The last option is you may place soldiers. So any 2 anywhere in the defense area. Wow, that sounds a whole lot like the military action right here, which it's identical to this, except you don't have to pay a story. You just place 2 soldiers out here on the board. Okay? Any questions on that?
Nope.
All right. So that's all the available secondary actions. So must, if you have one, must take a die, take an action. You may, but more often than not, you're going to want to do that. Take a secondary action. Then end a turn. Check. Is there a dino attack? Any of the 4 areas or any of the 4 zones, are they full of dinos? If the answer is yes, dinos are going to attack. If not, move on to the next step. If they do, you still move on to the next step after you resolve that. Then check for an assembly. In other words, are all the dice already out here on the board in spaces? If the answer is yes, that's going to be the end of the round or end of the cycle. Then we're going to go through an entire involved dino attack process or an involved assembly process. Well, you want to get the gist of it? Okay, I'll show you guys real quick. So, dino attack, okay? So we go through these, and then if anybody makes it through, we go through that. But honestly, I think it's better if you guys just see that in action when that happens. So we're not going to cover that right now, okay? So forgive me on that. Then, at the end, if there's an assembly, we do the assembly resolution there. That's the end of one of the 3 rounds. There are 3 rounds. Then, at the end of assembly, the 3rd assembly, we go into final scoring. What's final scoring look like? Okay, after we go through the assemblies, we count up the easy for me to say, the total current contribution in defense. In other words, how many pieces does each player have up in this area between walls and soldiers and stuff, right? Whoever has the most in a 3-player game will score 8 points, 3 points, and nothing. Then everything that you have left on your board that's not a leader, you're going to get 1 follower for. Then for every set of Valor and Safeguard that you have left on your board that you haven't spent, you're going to get 2 points for, or 2 followers. Whoever has the most points wins. That's Perseverance Chapter 1. Now, don't get me wrong. The Dino Attack and the Assembly is a really big part of this game. But you got to have context. So instead of us spending forever going through all of that, why don't we get into the game and then you guys can see it in action? I think that makes sense. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah? All right, cool. So let me go ahead and reset up this stuff, and we will rock and roll. Hoochie coo. All right, let's set those aside. All right, so place your bets. Do not bet on me. I am not going to win tonight, just for everybody scoring at home. I have no chance. Legit. Just because of the fact that I have too much to do and I'm not going to play as well as these guys. That simple.
I would even put my money
the
on
croupier for me and Greg and yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no chance. Oh, there is one other thing I wanted to go over, and I'm going to let the Peanut Gallery choose this. Okay? I figured this would be fun. So, Peanut Gallery, I need you guys. We're going to cover, so the top 2 must stay revealed, but we're going to cover either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. We're going to cover 3 of those. So, pick 3 numbers, or better yet, pick 3 numbers, and the first 3 numbers that get a pair of matches, those are the ones we're going to cover. And by the way, don't pick 3, because we all want to try 3. So don't pick 3. Okay? All right. So there you go. No, the dinos cannot win. All right. So while you guys are going through that, no, I want you guys to be able to see the dice. You know what? I'm thirsty. I'm going to drink. All right?
No, Tony, you might want to bet on me. I'm not trying to boast. I'm saying this is the type of game.
All right, so
that
6,
I do well at.
7, and 5. 5, 6, 7. Those are the first ones that I saw. So 5. Ooh, 5's gone. Oh, we abused that one pretty good last night. All right, 5, 6. So we can't sacrifice soldiers anymore. And 7 gone. There's walls. All right.
Those are some big point makers.
Yeah, well, it might be a lower scoring game, that means. But okay.
More resources, though.
Yeah. All right. I can deal with this.
I'm good with that.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me make sure that I have everything set up right. 10 points, 1 food, 1 modern resource, and 2 stories, and a soldier, and everything at 0. Same up here, there, 1 soldier, 10. Good, 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 good. All right, everything's set up there. We need to figure out turn order. So this is clockwise from whatever player. So I'm just going to go super easy. And I actually have a deck of cards that Jess bought me for this. And then Martin also did, but I apologize. I am not prepared for that tonight. So here we go. So here's Greg, there's Ken, and me.
Oh, you're still not in.
Hold on. Try it again. This shouldn't be this hard. There we go. Ooh, I'm yellow even. Nope. All right. Ken is going to be first. By the way, I realized I put locations and not colors, so I'm going to fix that real quick, too. All right. So give me just a second. So, Greg, because where you are doesn't matter nearly as much as what color you are, right?
Yeah, no, this isn't Tsukiji Market.
Right.
Tsukiji.
Tsukiji.
Tsukiji?
Easy for me to say.
I'm about halfway through that stream, by the way, guys. Don't spoil it for me. I don't know who wins yet.
Okay, I won't tell you. It was tense. I'm not going to lie. All right, that should be good.
It's my fault.
All right, cool. All right, so place your bets now on who you have. Over-under on Glory to Rome's is going to be 4. I need to bring the cameras up on all the cameras, or on all there and the chat. And I need to do so here as well. So give me a second there. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome. All right. Let's see. I need to roll dice. So let's roll dice. All right. So we have 8 common dice or neutral colored dice and one of each of ours.
Tony, it's a lot harder to king make in this game. I haven't figured that out yet.
All right. So we have our 3 player color, and then I'm going to separate these just by symbol to make it a little bit easier for everybody. Oh my. A lot of hammers, one of everything else.
Well,
okay.
I guess everything looks like a nail.
We never talked about it, Edward. What are the faces on the die?
Actually, we did talk about it. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I don't remember.
Backpacks. So we have backpacks, which are adventurers.
How many of each?
Oh, there's 4.
But there's 6 sides.
You're right. Well, you didn't ask that.
I just asked that.
Okay, all right. So there are 2 hammers and 2 backpacks.
Yeah, that was my guess based on our distribution last
Right.
night.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Well, also, if you look at the board, it makes sense too with like the icons.
All right. So everyone's placing their bets. I hope, just not me, for your sake. We start with Ken, and now. For the first couple of turns, this is going to go slow, even though we're experienced at playing this. I want to be able to walk everybody at home through this, okay? So, therefore, Ken, we will start with you.
I think you guys get to pick your...
we do. Starting with me, actually. We start with
Edward. Yeah.
We do. I get to choose placing a... settlement. Ooh, easy for me to say here. All right, so placing a settlement out here first. So I will... This is almost assuredly going to be the most dangerous area, I've learned.
No, that was just because of the meta from the pregame. Doesn't have to be the most dangerous.
So, you know what? We're going to go ahead. I hear food's good, so I'm actually going to start over there. So, 1 settlement there. Greg, where are you going to place yours?
Because we also get an influence on whatever soldier or...
Correct.
Well...
Oh, that's true. We do, don't we?
Yeah,
so
I have a different... Ooh, sorry.
Hold on. I forgot that it corresponds. So whatever area we place out here, we're going to also be able to put a influence down here. So, you know what? Actually, yeah. Let's stick with it. Done. So mine will go down on the chief mate. Okay?
All right. I'm going to put mine in settlement.
All right. So blue is going into settlement. You mean here? Expansion?
Yeah, expansion.
All right. Okay. And that goes into the chief steward. And Ken? And you must go on to a different location, obviously. It has to go on one of the empty ones. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to think about it too much. I will go into protection.
All right. So coming over here. So to show everybody, there, and there. All right. So we're ready to rock and roll now. And we're getting started dead at 8 o'clock. So, Ken, that's your player board. 1 food, 1 modern resource, 2 stories, 1 soldier. It is your honor, good sir.
Do I get 2 valor because I placed in the fortification area too? Get an influence on that dude and get 2 valor?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you. Also, one more thing. Wherever you get the bonus of whatever you placed on. So, in this case, Ken gets 2 safeguard. Greg is going to get 1 modern resource, and I will get a food. So a food for me, a modern resource, and 2 safeguard. So here we go. So 2 safeguard, a modern resource for Gregopotamus Rex, and there we go. All right, now for real. Finally, we're getting started. All right.
Well, my theory of the game from our last play was pretty deeply flawed, so I'm going to try something totally different. So I'm going to grab that neutral megaphone while the grabbing's good.
Okay, so here.
Yeah, I'm going to place it into the Raptor and a die roll spot on the
Here.
military. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So
wow. Aggressive right away.
go in there. So a Raptor is going to get placed, and we're going to roll the die. Now, there are two different dice. There is a regular dino and then a dangerous dino. The dangerous dino comes into play when, after the dinos attack once, this will come off the board and this will come off the board after they attack once. After they attack once, also, the worst die comes into play. So there's more dinos and it's just more dangerous. All right.
Yeah.
But as it is, that doesn't. So we're going to roll the die. And that's going to be a Raptor first, then a Trampler. All right. So we have a Raptor and a Trampler. And that was in the training zone. So right here. So therefore, it's in the order they were said, or as listed. So Raptor, then Trampler. And again, it goes left to right on the top row there. All right. So please continue.
I am going to grab as many soldiers as I can. So I'm going to take the free light soldier.
All right. So that looks like this. There's one. Okay.
I'm going to take spend a food to get a second light soldier.
There and there. Okay.
And I will spend my modern resource to get a heavy.
There and there. All right. So spend your modern resource and get a heavy. So there we go. All right. So now that was your primary action.
Yep.
Now, secondary action, again, you have those options there. Good, sir.
I am going to place my leader.
Okay.
And I'm going to place her in the sustenance area.
So down in the community area here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to take a patrol action.
All right. So you get to do any one of these. Oops. Sorry. So going to do a patrol action here. So here we go. So we have our first patrol action. All right. All right. So you have either Clever Girl or Cornered to choose from.
They're both good, but I like the threat cards, so I'm going to go with Clever Girl.
All right. And the threat cards are these, which I have not explained yet, but I figure I will at the beginning of the next turn. So, okay. So this is now going to come over here. There is a minimum now of 2 soldiers that must be placed on there. So how many would you like to place, sir?
I will place all 4, thank you.
All right. So keep in mind, and I know you know this, Ken, but if he had his leader, a leader is not a soldier in that case. You could not place your leader, but as it is, all 4, minimum of 2, but all 4. So I'm going to just set this over here, and I'll actually lay them down. 2 and there. All right. So that was this action over here as your secondary, which was place a leader in the community and do the action. So placed it, boom, done. And now we get a new patrol card. And we have Dino Veritas that came out. And these are just randomly shuffled. So the one that came out provides a story and 3 valor, and it requires 2 soldiers on it. Okay? All right? Cool. All right, so now, end of turn. Any dinos attack? Not full, not full, not full, not full. No. Are there still dice in the pool? Yes. So therefore, Greg, you're up, dude.
Okay.
And remember, you have the extra modern resource for the start.
Yes.
Okay.
So I can't do what I wanted to do because I didn't get the food to start. But I'll admit that I did like Ken's move from last game, and I don't exactly want to emulate it.
Yep.
Okay. Which was,
But
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
don't leave people in suspense.
No. So what I'm going to do is I'd like that neutral notebook.
All right, the neutral notebook, got it. Okay.
Put it on the top notebook spot of the politics section.
Politics being right here, so the top
expansion.
one.
Yep.
All right, and that's going to be a trampler in that area, so that's going to be in the expansion area, so that trampler will go right there. Okay.
And I'd like you to turn the only backpack into a blue one.
You're a terrible human being. You know that? You
I
really
mean-
are. So.
I just wanted to give you some more hammer options.
Okay, so here's what's happening. So he's doing the top action. He's going to pay a food to do this. So we pay 1 food. He's going to replace this die permanently. That's out of the game. And now it's become a blue backpack. It matches whatever face it was. And then he scores 1 point for every color die of his on the table, which is he has 2 blue dice, so he scores 2 points. So, by the way, I love these dials unless you have to do 3 of them. So there you go, 12 points. All right, 12 votes.
So they're saying we do not start with any extra resources based on our starting officer.
Oh, I thought we did. Okay, all right, my bad. So in that case, hold on, it hasn't affected anything. So let's see. Okay, so that will go back. And
A lot of resource.
thank you. Done. All right.
So glad I didn't spend whatever my extra thing was. I was
Yeah. All right.
Bit
Hey, my bad. All right. So you did your politics. You did your
that's
main
fine.
action. So your secondary action, good sir.
I think I'm gonna go into expansion with my commander.
Okay. So this is
Wait,
Phoenix.
never mind. I
Oh,
changed.
you can't. Wait. Into expansion.
I don't have food.
Oh,
so I
you're
can't
correct. Yeah. Yep.
do that.
Well,
so I
you
don't wanna
can't.
waste
Hold
my-
on. To be clear, you could do social aid.
Right, but I'd rather not.
Okay, but I'm just saying you could. All right. And now, so I do have the latest version of the rule book that I printed and bound here. So I'm just going to double check, but continue. Go ahead. I'm all ears when you're ready.
Well, I might just put a cube down on the person I already have influence on.
Oh, okay. So going to the officers. So for free, you're going to place your blue. So 1 on the chief steward.
Yep.
All right. There we go. Cool. All right.
I don't remember where we saw that, but
One settlement is still then 1 influence on the left. Yeah, it doesn't say it. I don't know where you guys got that from. Seriously.
oh yeah, blame it on us.
Clearly. Yeah. I don't know why you guys wanted me to do that. Jeez, I tried to do it as the setup is in the rulebook. Just saying. All right. All right, cool. Good deal. All right. All right, so I am up. I have no idea. I have no plan. I've been just purely focused on getting ready for the stream. Strategy is way beyond me. I hate that you guys have limited me to, say, a hammer.
Well, next time go first.
My bad. Okay.
Say that you are welcome to take the red book.
I am, thank you, which I could do for 2 followers.
You did also start with 2 stories, so it's plenty to adjust
You're
as you
terrible,
need to.
terrible humans. You know what? I finished dead last in our first game, and I was lacking on I had dice stolen from me a lot, is basically what happened there. I'm not going to let that happen again. But, man, that just doesn't feel as good as what I wanted to do. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna let you people abuse me again, I guess. So I will go ahead and take a neutral color hammer. I cannot place on any of these. So I have to place over on this side. And it's kind of scary, but that's okay. So I will place, and hold on. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, let's go and place it there. So that's going to be a trampler and a roll of the dino die. So, all right, Trampler, then Raptor. Okay. So, Trampler. Oops. Then Raptor. So, there we go. That is one spot left open for a dino up there, FYI. Okay, for those scoring at home. All right. So, first things first, I will go ahead and take one light soldier there. Then, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pay another food, or pay a food, to get another light soldier. So there and there. And by the way, you are limited to 6 and 6. 6 light and 6 heavy soldiers, all right? And correct me if I'm wrong, this is 1 story to upgrade 1 and not 2, correct?
Yeah, you have to
It
spend
requires 2 stories, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, to do both of
Right. So it's 1 story upgrades a light to a heavy. A second story, and you can do that twice, is my point.
Yeah, and it only counts as 1 of your 3 choices.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
So I will go ahead and pay a story to place place 2 soldiers out there. All right. So I will go ahead and pay 1 story, and I will place 2 of those newly placed ones. And now let's go ahead, maybe talk about why, since this is the first time we're placing soldiers out here. Okay. Have a good night, Franny. Thanks for hanging out. All right. So I do not have to place here, but I'm gonna. All right. Now, the top location gives you Valor. The bottom location gives you Safeguard. However, the top location will match up with the closest dino when the dinos attack. So as it is, if I place here, I will be fighting this Trampler. If I place here, I will be fighting this Raptor, and then we don't know there. And then this spot will fight that Trampler, the second Trampler there, okay? The difference between the 2 different types of dinos, as far as fighting goes, is Tramplers don't really hurt your soldiers. Raptors will kill a soldier. Whether it's a light or a heavy soldier does not matter. So if you put a soldier here, it's guaranteed to die. It will kill the raptor, but it's guaranteed to die. So maybe I don't put one there. So, and a wall and a trap potentially will kill whatever steps on it, but none of us have placed the trap yet. So I think what I will do is I will place, in the hopes that it's not a raptor, I think, ooh, you know what? Be smart. I will place 1 soldier there, which will give me a Valor, and I will place 1 there, which will give me 1 Safeguard. So in other words, 1 and 1. So that's the end of my primary action. Then for my secondary, I'm going to go ahead and be a team player because I care about you people. And I'm going to place my leader up in a defense area as well. So my leader, Jack, is going to come out. And Jack says, you know what? Looking over there. He is going to go right there to potentially kill 2 different dinos. Heavy soldiers will kill 2 dinos, and a leader is essentially a heavy soldier that cannot be killed. So whatever gets placed here and that raptor are guaranteed to be dead. However, if another player were to place a soldier in front, they would go up against whatever dino goes here, and then my leader would only kill the raptor. Killing dinos is going to be beneficial when it comes to rewards when we get there. But I figure, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and be a team player, and I assume somebody's going to trigger that. So therefore, that seems like a good thing for me to do. So there we go. End of turn. Nope, dino area is not full, yada, yada, yada. No assembly. Ken, it is your honor, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, patrol triggers first.
It does. All right, so thank you for the reminder. All right, You want to run us through it? I mean, since it's your patrol. So hold
Yes,
on.
indeed.
Let me.
So
There you go.
thematically, we're trying to take out some raptors that have invaded our settlement here. And so I've got, I'm going to get food no matter what. And then for each one of my soldiers, I'm going to draw what's called a threat card. The light soldiers have their own threat cards, and the heavy soldiers have a different set. So I'm going to get 4 of them, and I'm going to take a look at what's on them, and I'm going to choose one.
And keep one, right. So
yeah, choose and keep one.
He's going to get the top 3 off of this. And you know what? Now that you guys have seen those, I'm going to keep them a little bit closer so I don't have to keep standing up to be able to reach them. Because, again, 1 player in here. All right, so you have 3 light and 1 heavy.
Yep.
So, therefore, let's go ahead. Give me just a second to organize. All right, so here we go. So, I have a little area over here. So, that's a light. I'm going to do these by number, actually.
Okay.
And Ken will make sense of this for you guys here in a moment. So, those are the 3 light and the heavy. All right. So, actually, you want me to read them off? I'll take care of it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, these 3 light ones, all of these have a threat number down in the bottom. So, this one has a 5, this has a 6, this has a 6, and this one has a 4. Okay? That is going to have to do with rolling a die and potentially losing soldiers. The reward is what's in the middle of it. So whenever you say, I'm going to take that card, you just get whatever's in the middle of that card. But the threat number, you're going to roll what is essentially a regular 6-sided die. It's numbered 1 to 6. You must roll that number or higher to not have your soldier die.
Yep.
So a 5, a 6, a 6, or a 4, meaning you have to roll a 4 or higher, a 6, there is no such thing as higher, so a 6 or a 5. So which card would you like to keep? You get the rewards and see if they die a hero.
Yeah, so what I was really hoping for here was modern resources. There's only 1 card that's got that. So I'm going to take the heavy soldier. I don't like the idea of putting him at risk, but we're going to do what we got to do.
All right, so there, and I will get you your point here in a moment. Yep. All right, so here we go.
We got a 50-50 shot of him surviving. You can do this, Edward.
There you go. That's what rolled. So he survives. Congrats. So it's a 4, 5, or 6, so you're good to go. So this card does not get kept. It just gets to the bottom of the deck. Same with these guys. They just get discarded. And...
Yeah.
All right.
See why I put all my soldiers on there, because the more soldiers you have on a card with threats, the more choices you have.
Right. And I hear choices are good, yo.
Yep. All right. So.
And now, real quick, your soldiers will come back. They are freed up. That patrol is complete. And we're going to, you know what? I'm just going to keep it right here as a face down. And you have that completed patrol. That's going to come into play for one of the officers, specifically the chief of security. I'll shut up now so you can take your turn.
So...
Oh, wait, before you take your turn, Edward, you forgot to give yourself 2 safeguard.
Did I? For what?
Yeah, for putting...
for putting my leader up here. I should have gotten 2 safeguard, and I forgot the 1 point for Ken as well.
Cheers.
All right. Here we go.
Okay, so Greg, do you have food?
No.
Edward, do you have food?
No.
Okay, so I can wait to take that buy a colored die action. I'm going to use one of the neutral
hammers.
Yeah. To take a fortify action.
All right, so fortify over here, and which one would you like? That is. Well, you can read it. I don't need to.
I'll take the single trampler. That's my area, so I don't want it. I don't want it screwed up.
He says it's his area because he has a settlement here, and it's possible that if dinos don't die and they break through, they can kill that settlement and it goes away.
Yeah.
All right. So 1 trampler comes out. There. Okay.
All right. So I get to take 2 of those actions. For one of them, I will, so golly. For one of them, I'll spend a modern resource to place a wall.
All right, so one modern resource. I'm biting my tongue. Okay. I made the joke last night, but not on camera. All right.
So yeah, so I'll place it, in front of that trampler looks good.
So right there.
Yep.
You sure you don't want to place it over here?
You know what? I am a nice guy, and I'm going to show you what a sweet guy I am right now. I will place a trap.
Okay. Now, this is technically supposed to be done in secret, but given our current living conditions and how we have to stream this, it's really not a huge deal having this as open information. So there are two types of traps. There are raptor traps and there are trampler traps. So technically Ken is supposed to be doing this in secret, but it's okay.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to place a trampler trap.
All right. So he is secretly going to put a trampler trap. Where?
Yeah. I'll put it in the last remaining space there. That's right.
All right. So a moment. So whenever you place traps, you must place them into, technically that would go onto the other side like this to show that it's a trap. And we don't know what it is. But it's going to save my back a little bit. Plus, everybody knows what it is, number one. Number two, it must go to an open location. It cannot go where there already is a dino. Okay, so if he chooses to place it in the training zone, that's the only open location, whereas here it could be any of those four, but couldn't be that one, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, continue, sir. And that was...
So that's my main action, I think.
Yep.
Oh, no. Yeah.
It was.
You put two pieces out.
Yep, and so now I can take a secondary action.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what I'm going to do, just in case that Dino Attack triggers, is I'm going to place a couple of soldiers.
All right, I support this. All right, so here's your setup.
So I'll place one heavy soldier underneath that wall.
Which one?
That let's do it in safeguard.
All right, safeguard. So you get one safeguard. Okay.
And I will place one light soldier. I'll place one light soldier in the Valor spot underneath the Trampler in the expansion area.
In the Valor, right
okay.
there. There we go.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I thought he might. Yeah, but he doesn't.
I want to get in all parties. So.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, so you're done.
That's my turn. Yeah.
All right. So real quick before Greg takes his turn, for those watching at home, are you guys able to follow along? Is it all making sense? Can you follow along for the just the various actions, et cetera, et cetera? Ken, Greg, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to put the hammer, control hammer,
Mm-hmm.
into the social aid of the expansion area.
All right. So neutral hammer there. So that's going to be one raptor. And that will go up yonder. Okay. And therefore, you're going to get a modern and a food. Okay.
Yep.
So there's another modern and a food. And for your secondary action, sir.
I'd like to place my hero
Okay. So Phoenix. Yes.
in the expansion area.
All right. So in expansion. So going to go here.
Yep. And I'd like to use her to settle.
All right. So going to do one of these actions down here, which I assume is going to be the bottom one.
Yes.
So it's going to be one of each resource. So here, here, and here. A moment. And that allows you to place 2 settlements, getting the bonus of 1. I know you know this. Work with me.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm being patient with it.
All right.
Put one in the sustenance area on the food token and get me that food.
All right. So 1 will go there. And why I grabbed the wrong thing. Sorry. Why this matters is not only the resource you get, but it's also the higher up on the track you are, the more at risk you are for your settlement getting demolished, because that dinos come this direction. And well, there you go. So I assume you're going to take the food then?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the second one, put it on the 2 votes area of the protection.
Protection. So that is over here, and the 2 votes, that will go right there. He does not get that because you only get the bonus on one of them there.
That's not very friendly, Greg.
Oh. You know what? You're right. This is a co-op. Well, the problem is it's on the board, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
I legitimately am surprised that you guys aren't putting any pieces up there for when the training triggers.
I don't know how to put this. Without Valor and Safeguard, which I haven't built up yet,
Right.
it's not worth it for
Oh
me
no,
yet.
I understand in your case, but
Yeah. But
What do you
Ken,
mean? I put a piece up there.
yeah, Ken's in. He's forcing your hand to act.
So I think mine is going to. Let's see. I'm okay with that. Do I? Yeah, I want another die. It's not really what I want to do, though. I really want to be able to get a couple food. 8, 11, 3 actions, so that's it. So this will be my second action, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this will be. So I have one more after this. Oh, this is tough. They don't governance cat. Again, it's a prototype, so if I were to put it, I can, if you'd prefer. They're going.
I kind of like it like that.
Like this better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Here, I'll go ahead and show folks while we're at it here for a moment. Here are some 3D printed pieces. These are the walls. So they'll set up like this, like that, up on the wall parts. And then there are settlements. So these guys will actually go into locations like that, the little plastic 3D printed minis. And then these...
traps, is that right?
I think these are traps. So, all right.
They might be a part of the chapter 2 stuff too.
It could be. Could be.
Oh, right. Yeah, there's a thing called a camp in chapter 2, so that might be what that is.
Fair point. All right, I'm done stalling. Yeah, I'm okay with this, I think. So I will go ahead and take a hammer and go there. So that's going to be a trampler and a dino die. So trampler and then a raptor.
Oof.
I'm okay with that. It's karma. So trampler and raptor. Okay. So now I don't have food. How did I? Never mind. I can't do this. Oh, you're so in luck. Back it up. Yeah, fine. Need food to take those actions. I don't have food. So, fine. I'll just roll the... here, since I rolled the die already there, it's a raptor. So there we go for the first location. So, I will go there, and I will get 2 food. Okay, Nick says they're tense for episode 2. There we go.
There we
okay.
go. Secondary action.
Yeah, so I think... I mean, it's worth a point if I were to go down and put one down here in the for the steward, or I can basically protect myself completely, and I could put my soldier here. He'll die a hero as raptor bait, but honestly, I don't need that. I don't care. Because I don't have anything here, and if I'm the one who doesn't trigger it, then so be it. So I think maybe what I will do is I will instead, since I know I'm running a slight risk, but I only would be able to place one soldier. That's the problem with the secondary action. In the secondary, I've already placed my leader. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and put an influence down. And I will put it here. And the reason I'm going to put it over here is, well, simply put, is whatever tiles I'm not on majority, I score a point. So there's one. I'm not a majority, so it locks me up a point so far for sure. So, all right, done. Ken, you're up.
All right. So the time has come to get myself a colored die.
So
I'm gonna play the red book in the politics area of the expansion column.
okay, so it's going to be two
Tramplers.
Two tramplers. Okay, so two tramplers there in the center. So it's going to be one there and one there. Okay, and you're going to get a red die, player color die.
Yep, looks like it's gonna be a hammer.
It, in fact, will be a hammer because that one now is permanently out of the game. Okay.
And I get 2 points.
For doing that because one red die, two red die. Okay.
Yep. And then I have a secondary action coming my way.
Mm-hmm. You do have two soldiers.
Yep. You know what looks like a really safe spot to put those soldiers? In front of those two tramplers. Let's do that.
All right, so I'm going to assume that that means here and here.
Yes, please.
And so that gets you 1 and 1. And
Yep.
done. Greg, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna cause some fun. My first move is gonna be to
Yes, Governor's Cat. Go ahead.
take my backpack and put it in the second spot on the military. I will be a team player and put a trampler in the trampler trap.
All right, so he's placing a trampler and a raptor, but there's only space for one. So the trampler goes first. The raptor does not get used, but what that means is there's going to be an attack, Dino Attack, at the end of this round. Okay?
Yep. And I'm going to
You
use all the...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
Use all the resources at my disposal to get what I want, which is one light soldier.
So here for free.
For free.
Okay, got it.
Going to spend a modern resource to get a heavy guard.
All right, so heavy, and take my word for it, you spent a heavy or a modern resource. That's 2.
I think I'm actually going to want to spend a story to place 2 soldiers. How many do I have right now? 3?
There you go. 3 total. 2 light and a heavy.
Dang. Because what I wanted to do isn't as good as what I was hoping to do. I'm still going to do it. But, yeah, I'm going to spend a story to put down 2 soldiers.
Okay, all right, so story goes away, and 2 soldiers. What you got?
I'm going to put 1 light in the red Valor's area of the training.
A red of Valor, and which one?
The middle column, sorry.
All right, so that gets you 1 Valor. Okay.
And I'm going to put...
Raptor bait. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to put a light infantry in the... Oh, in the red column on the left of training. Yeah, fill in training that way, yeah.
Okay, so that gives you another Raptor. Oh, I'm sorry, another Valor. Sorry.
Put my heavy in the middle column of the expansion.
All right, so this is your secondary action?
This is my secondary action.
Okay, so secondary is placing up to 2 soldiers right there. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so placing the heavy and second column and safeguard. Like
Yeah, the second column, not that one.
this one.
Second column.
There? Okay. And that will get you 1 there. All right, so that's the end of your turn. However, you guys notice Dino's Attack. All right, so now we will swap these out a moment so you guys can see how this works. All right, so here we go. So first things first, follow these steps to resolve a Dino Attack. And to be honest with you, these player aids do an excellent job. The assembly one, but these do an excellent job. So here we go. First thing first is trap phase. We turn them all face up. For every trap, we're going to roll the trap die and resolve its effects. All right? So if we take a look over here, we know we have 1 trap, and that trap is right there. So the trap die looks a lot like this. So it's the trap die. So we're going to roll this. That's unfortunate for him. So
I'll take the points. It's okay.
all right, so he got 2 points for that. Whereas, if he had rolled something like this, if he has a matching trap type, this is again why it would be secret, right? He kills the dino and he would get some number of followers or some number of points. Then there are symbols like this where it says it just kills the dino regardless of what type of trap it is, and you would score whatever points it shows there, which is 2 followers or 2 points. So there you go. But as it is, the trap failed to trigger. I mean, it triggered, but it didn't kill him. And so just 2 points, period. So there, so you go from 13 to 15.
Yep.
And done.
I slowed him down for you guys.
All right. Well done. Way to be a team player. Next is the wall phase. Do the same thing, but with the wall die. There are no walls, so we skip the wall phase. Okay. All right. So next is the fight phase, row by row. So if we take a look at this, light soldiers kill 1 dino, heavies and leaders kill 2 dinos. Simultaneously, raptors kill soldiers that they fight. Okay. And this says topple them. In our case, we're going to stand them up because you lose sight of them, all right? And then each player collects whatever dinos they killed. All right, so let's look at this. So front row to front row. This here will kill this dino, so blue gets that. Here kills this raptor, but the raptor kills him, so we're gonna stand him up. Now, we're not gonna take him off of there, and you'll see why here in a minute. Then front row to front row, so I will kill that one. Then back row, here we'll kill that one, I get that. And lastly, my leader kills 2, but as it is, there was only 1 available and kills a raptor, but because it's my leader is invincible, no harm, no foul. All right.
Those tough cocktails.
All right, so I killed 3 dinos. Greg killed 2. Ken failed, as far as I'm concerned. All right. So now the breach phase happens. How many dinos are left? None.
2 seconds.
So therefore, there is no breach. So this card, just ignore the breach phase. It doesn't happen. Okay? Cool. So now the combat reward phase. And this is why you want to do this. So here, in descending combat contribution order, players take either a Grateful Citizen token or pass. All right, let's unpack this a little, okay? Oh, wait.
Wait, what?
Huh? The raptor would kill the light soldier in the top left column of blue.
Why would it do that?
That raptor was up top, right?
Yeah, raptor was up top.
I don't believe so.
I think it's, yeah, the face-to-face and then the back line and the back line. Face off. That's how I read it too.
That I'm pretty sure. I didn't think to ask that just because I thought it was obvious, but a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're right. So, nope, doesn't kill him. So, therefore.
Yeah, because the raptor was fighting the leader, and the leader is invulnerable.
Right. So,
Yeah.
all right. Front row fights front row, and they killed it. Back row fights back row, or middle row as a middle, back, whatever. Okay.
Now, if my trap had killed that trampler, then Greg's guy would have died fighting the raptor.
Say again?
If my trap had succeeded and killed that trampler, then the raptor would have killed Greg's guy.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So now we look at who has the most pieces that contributed to that. I had 3 pieces. Ken, yeah, I had it right. Greg had 2. Even if they died, that's 2. And Ken contributed 1. So therefore, in descending order of contributions, I contributed the most, so I will be able to choose first, then Greg, then Ken. All right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the combat rewards table over here that the Peanut Gallery chose. What's blocked off. Now, there are, in a 3-player game, there are 6 grateful citizens here. Okay? So what that means is in order, so it goes me, Greg, Ken, and then me, Greg, Ken, we can choose to pay whatever is shown in the squares to get whatever is over on the right-hand side, okay? So if I chose to pay 1 of my safeguard, and again, I have 3 safeguard and 1 valor, okay? If I chose to, I would get whatever resource where that battle took place, which is a small or a light soldier, because that's the resource where we are. And we know this because that is the area that we are. If the fight had been here, it would have been a food, expansion, protection, yada, 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 okay? So, whereas down here, you get 2 of whatever it is, and you have to pay whatever is shown there. Pay safeguard, and you can place a settlement, but you don't get the bonus. Pay 2 valor, get 4 points. Pay whatever is shown there, get a soldier, a light soldier, regardless of what area it is, but it just so happens it's the same as this, actually. And pay 2 valor. For every raptor that you killed, you get 2 followers. Sacrifice a soldier, or sacrifice a soldier and a safeguard, and for every trampler you killed, get 1 vote. Yeah. So, yeah, we're right.
No, so
okay.
yeah, we're right.
Okay, all right. So I have 3 safeguard and 1 valor. I feel like this is pretty good use, and that will get me 2 light soldiers right there. That. So I will go ahead and take, now, doesn't mess with these, okay? So there, I will take my 2 soldiers there. So Greg, you're up.
Oh, I didn't plan on that. I had thought it was the opposite. Oops. That's the downside of not being able to see the board when you want to.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Could do it the slow way, but that seems.
And Ken, you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm ready, man.
You have 2 and 2, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 2 valor to put down a
Settlement?
settlement.
All right, so
And
2 valor. So coming over here, that will spend all your valor. That will grab a settlement. And then coming over here for a settlement, where would you like to put it, sir?
Well, I don't get the benefit of it, so I kind of think I should do something that blocks off the benefit again. And I'm going to do the 2 vote again.
Okay. Well, you have 3 locations left.
What do you mean?
Well, this one, or this one.
Oh. It has. I thought it had to be in the area.
Oh, that's a good question. Let's double check that.
Either way, like that's what I
Okay,
want
so
to put
it's,
one in that section.
Well, that works out. So that'll go there. All right.
Yeah, but
so,
we'll check the rules.
Ken?
1 settlement in this zone is what it says. Yeah.
There we go. Problem solved. All right. Cool.
So what's the peace situation between me and Greg in that expansion area now?
2 to 1.
He's got 2.
Peace. It's 2 pieces for Greg, 0 for you.
2 pieces for Greg, 0 for me.
Yep.
And
that's why you want to trade out dice. There you go.
I will spend. Yeah, I'll spend 2. I'll spend 2 safeguard, and drop a settlement there as well.
All right. So 2 safeguard there. And you're dropping a settlement in the same zone. And where would you like it to be, sir?
I'll cover the 1 vote spot.
Okay.
Almost as good as covering the 2 vote spot.
There we go. Okay. All right. Now, we each have taken a reward. However, if we still have anything, by the way, I should have paid 1 and 1. Did I? I don't think I did. So 1 and 1, trying to cheat over here. There we go. So I still have 2 safeguard. Now, I can either pass, and you can always pass. You don't have to take any of the rewards. I could pass or take more rewards. And I think getting another safeguard seems like a good idea. So another soldier. So I will go ahead and do that, which is the same as this spot, but I digress. So there. So that gives me 1 more light soldier. So
Well, it's effectively the same in this specific.
yes, as it is. All right. So now it's back to Greg. Do you wish to? You have 1 safeguard, which literally
might as
means
well.
you can do that.
Yeah, and I will. So I will do that.
Or, hold on, to be clear, you could do either of those, which is sacrifice 1 of the soldiers that was in the battle. And by the way, this says light soldier. We did get clarification. We're allowed to experiment and try if you want to sacrifice a heavy soldier as well to be able to get points for those, but as it is. Sorry, continue.
But I'm just gonna get the 1 soldier.
All right, so that's
because
going...
one point doesn't seem like worth sacrificing a soldier for.
Fair enough. All right, so there. And Ken, you have 2 valor left, sir.
I think I might need those valor for other things. I'm going to pass.
All right. So it comes back to me. I paid, sorry, there we go. I paid my 1. I keep forgetting. So I have 1 safeguard. So there's nothing left that I could do. I could, that's 2 points for 1 soldier. And I have a bunch. So you know what? I think I will. So it's back to me because Ken passed, so I actually get an unexpected 3rd one. So I will go ahead and sacrifice 1 of those soldiers, and I will score 1 follower for each trampler that I got. So what's going to happen is I'm going to stand up 1 of those to show that it died, and then I killed 2 tramplers in that, so I will go ahead and score 2 points. There we go. So that's it now for the combat reward phase. So now, and we know that because there are no grateful citizens left, or we all have passed, either or, okay? So, return the toppled soldiers, or in our case, the standing up ones, back to the supply. You get the others back to your board. Return the dinos to the supply. Return any face-up traps onto their player boards, because this is going to come into play for 1 of the officers as well, and that is permanently used. You have 4 and 4 of each. And reset the combat reward board. All right, so let's run through this. So these 2 died, so that will come back to my supply, that will come back to your supply. This will come back to his board. These will come back to my board, including my leader, because they did, their job. So the dinos now clear off all of our boards. Here, Ken, let me get yours. Okay, done.
Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. And these come back up here and clear that off. Now,
And don't forget the trap.
yeah, and the trap will go onto his board like so, and we'll explain why, but now he only has 3 tramplers and 4 raptor traps left to be able to use throughout the game. We haven't had that problem yet, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the ones that you guys blocked off over here, those are blocked off for the entire game. Now, I suppose you could house rule that changes every round, but as it is, as the rules are written, those stay permanently, okay? All right, so we now have had our first dino attack. Now, because we had our first dino attack, that means this comes off and this comes off. It is now officially a dangerous area. So not only more dinos to be able to attack to trigger one, more locations of settlements. However, instead of it being the regular dino die. For this area, it is the dangerous dino die. Dun, 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 dun.
Don't like the way you said that.
All right, cool. And because I assume people are wondering, what are the different things there in the settlement area, in the community area? Sorry. So what those are get 2 light soldiers, get 3 safeguard, return a leader from the board that's already been placed out there. That's sexy. Or place up to 3 soldiers into any area just like normal. Okay? All right, cool. All right, so Greg, you triggered that, correct?
Correct.
All right, so it's my turn. All right. So Greg, you have one. No, hold on. Correct me. You spent that last one, right?
Nope.
You didn't? I thought you did for the soldier.
I did to get the
right?
soldier.
So that's done. You saved your last 2 valor, and I saved my last safeguard. Okay, cool. All right. Well, if I were a carpenter, wasn't really what I was planning on doing, but I think I'm okay with that. Okay. Not really, like I said, not what I was planning on doing, but why not? So I will go ahead and place this hammer. Do I want to spend my last resource doing this, though, is the question. Yeah, I think we do. So I will place it there. That's going to place a trampler and a raptor up yonder. So trampler, raptor. Again, I could stand them up, but you guys can't see them if I did that. And that will allow me to do 2 of these. So I will place a mystery trap. See, this I could actually do in secret, but I feel like that would be unfair. So
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter.
I'll place a trap. No. There we go. And, trampler. There we go. And I will spend, ooh. Could, ooh. Oh, ooh. I think we go with a wall. Or I could place the food and get a valor out of it, right? To place a second trap. I totally realize what I just made my mistake in, but I'm not going to back it up. Yeah, I will go ahead and place a wall. So I will go ahead and place or take a modern resource there, and I think I will go ahead and place it right there. Done. And for my secondary action, so now I need to swap those back out. So I have a ton of soldiers to be able to place, and I have a leader. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to place my leader because I got my leader back because placed up there. That actually, wow, there's a benefit I didn't really anticipate, honestly. So I could place either here to be able to get a couple salvage or to place more fortifications. I could place a couple traps. Or over here in military, which allows me to place a bunch of the soldiers that I have currently. Or I could just place 1 influence. And the influence isn't terribly great.
Well, know that we are going to do an assembly soon.
I know. Oh, I have all these soldiers. Wait a minute. Oh, I can't. Never mind. You guys probably aren't going to go, oh, you might settle. Oh. which means there's going to be a fight, and I have no pieces up there. So I think what I will do is I will go there, and I will go ahead and place a couple of traps. I will place 2 traps. So I will spend 1 food there. So that allows me to place 2 traps, and I get a valor out of it. I think that works, right?
Yeah, that's not bad.
Or I could place soldiers. Soldiers would be better. I apologize. There, I'll take my food back. All right, so I will go ahead and spend a story to place 2. So I will get a light soldier. I will pay a food to get another light soldier. No, I cannot. I only have, oh, shoot. There's the free soldier. Then I will pay a story. Yep, I will spend a, no. I apologize. I want to be able to do this, this, and this, but I'm pretty sure that's 4.
Yeah.
So instead, I won't do the top one.
There you go.
So I will spend 1 point down to 11 to do that. That gets me a story. Then I will spend 1 story to upgrade that. Then I will spend my other story to get 2 of them. All right. So one of these becomes a heavy, and now I can place these 2.
They clarified you can do 2 conversions with 1 story.
Oh,
Wow.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will place 2 heavy. So
That's pretty good.
well, I'm definitely going to place. I mean, this is safe, and I want to get a valor, so there, and then I will run a risk, and instead of place the heavy, the heavy should be here, I will place that and get another valor. Done.
Okay.
Final answer. Ken, you're up. That took you in like 6 hours. It took me 6 hours. Sorry.
All right. I'm going to take that red hammer.
Yep.
What's the dino that's in the settle action for there? Is that's a trampler?
In the settle for this, it is a trampler, and and then roll a die, but it doesn't matter. So it's just a trampler.
I have to spend a story to get like a 50% chance to kill your guy, so that doesn't seem worth it. I'll just place it there. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so we place a trampler there. Okay.
I'm gonna then settle. I cannot do the big powerful settle action where I do 2 because I don't have all the resources. So I'm just gonna spend 1 food. Yeah. And I'm going to.
Sorry. Hold on. My bad. I'm just clicking buttons. Call me a monkey.
I'm gonna place. I'll place on one of the influence areas in the fortification. It doesn't matter which. Actually, I'll place on the lower one. It does matter.
Protection.
Yeah.
So right there. So that's going to be. You can place 1 influence down here.
Yeah.
And it's on that.
It has to be on the chief engine. Is that engineer?
Chief engineer. There you go.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you want anyway. So
I did want anyway. Correct.
So, right there. Okay.
And then, I have a secondary action coming to me.
You do.
I'll place 1 influence. You know what? I'll spend 2 stories and place 2 influence now that I think about it.
All right. So first time we've had that. So
they do have to go on the same.
They do.
Person.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll place them on the chief of security.
All right. So chief of security will go there, and we'll go there. All right. So there is 1 die left out there. So Greg, bring it home.
Whoa. No, not yet.
Not yet. Sorry. We have dinos. Sorry. There we go. Hold on. Dino. Yep, I got it in the right order. All right.
So no traps or walls?
No traps, no walls, straight up fights. So here we go. All right.
Rock and roll.
So kill. So this goes the red. Yellow kills the close one
Yep.
here. And then the heavy is going to die a hero fighting the raptor.
Everybody appreciates that sacrifice, Greg.
Yep. And then
Yeah.
these two kill the two tramplers.
Yep.
All right. So now it is 3 to 1 to 1. And the tiebreaker, I have to actually look up a moment.
Oh, it's fine. Look it up, but I can't do anything.
Oh, Greg has nada, so
I hear you, but still,
but,
hold
but
on.
you're right to look it up. You're right. To look it up.
Tie is broken starting from the left of the active player. The active player was Ken. So therefore, it would have gone Greg as the number. So it is Greg as 2, me as 3. Okay, to be clear. And again, no breach. So we skip the entire breach and we just straight go to the combat reward phase. All right. So Ken has 2 valor and no safeguard.
that is what I have. All right.
I mean, that looks like 4 points to me.
Well, it's also potentially a settlement.
Yeah, that's true.
Edward, what do you have? What are your?
I have 2 valor and one safeguard, sir.
Damn it! All right, I'll spend 2 valor to place a settlement.
Glory to Rome for that. So going here, I hate you so badly right now. A moment. Here's one. Oh, the hate is strong right now. And you were limited to 12 settlements and 15 influence, by the way, total. So where are you placing it, you dirty dog?
2 votes, my friend.
On
It has to go in that zone. So I'll take the 2 vote spot.
here.
Yeah. Block it from me getting it.
There we go. All right. Well, there's that. Okay. Have a good one, Gooserino. Thanks for hanging out. So now Greg goes. And Greg cannot do anything because he has no valor and and no safeguard. And the sacrifice soldier, just to be clear here, is already dead. Okay? So, can't do that. And he only killed a raptor and not a trampler. So, it was moot
Yeah,
anyway.
so even if I had a soldier.
It was moot. Right. So, there you go. So, Greg is completely out of this. So, it's just me with my 2 valor. Well, and yeah, no, actually, it's just... No, Ken could sacrifice.
Get the 4 points.
Oh, that's probably what's going to happen, but I killed 1 trampler. It's not worth it for the 1 point on that. But you know what I can do is I can go ahead and this is for a story, isn't it?
Yep, it's for stories.
Yeah, I will get that for a story. And the reason it's a story is because it's taking place here. So therefore, that is a story. So now it's back to Ken. Sir?
I think 3 points is about right for a soldier. So I'll spend a soldier for 3 points.
All right. So there, one of your soldiers that was in the battle, and it's 1 per. 1, 2, 3 points. So one of these guys dies a hero, and you go from 15 to 18.
Be great if it were more like 5 points, but
beggars can't be choosers. I hear
that's
it.
right.
And I have 2 valor left. Oh, and I somebody needs to keep up on me and make sure I don't forget this. So I just spent my 1 safeguard last turn. I just spent my 2 valor to go and take 4 points. So to 15. All right. All right. So now again we go through the retrieval, dead and live ones. Okay. Then Dino's back. Then traps go away, and then reset the combat rewards. All right, so in no particular. I'm left-handed, so we'll go left to right or something. So there, these guys will come off the board. This will go a lot quicker if these guys would just quit standing around and doing nothing. All right, so there's that. Hold on.
The expansion area is dangerous now, too.
It is, thank you. All right, so there and there. These guys all come home. So there, there, and then that comes off, and that comes off as well. Where did I put the other ones? Right there. Okay, cool. All right, so that was the end of Ken's turn. Greg has 1 die left to finish the first cycle or first round. So, Greg, you're up. You have a food.
Yep, and I'm going to put my book into the settle area.
All right, so down here.
Yep.
And so we're going to roll the dino die. Now, it is a dangerous location. So we get the danger dino die. That seems more dangerous.
Woo!
Raptor,
Good
Trampler,
thing I'm not first
Raptor. Okay, so Raptor, Trampler, Raptor. Wow.
That's a pretty good spread.
Well, yeah, I would say. There we go. Okay.
All right. And I'm going to put my settlement in the sustenance area in the 2-vote spot.
Okay. Sustenance area here in the 2-vote spot. So that's going to be 2 votes. So for the first time, whoop, whoop, there we go.
Someone actually uses the settlement for the 2 votes.
There we go. All right. So that was the main action. And now for the secondary action. Good, sir. You have 2 soldiers.
Yes, but I think what I have to do is put my cube down on the steward to get the last modern resource and to, definitely be first in that spot for a while.
All right, so here's what's happening. So he's going to place an influence for free. Now this fills up that location. So it is all 4 spots, even though it's a 3-player game. Whoever has the majority when you fill this gets whatever is shown. So in this case here, this will come to Greg there. And then all of these permanently will stay on here. And this will still count for majorities when we get to the assembly in about 3 seconds. Okay? All right. So that is the end of your turn. And check, Dino Attack? No. Check assembly. Is the dice pool empty? Yes. So therefore, we go into the assembly step. So, okay, let's go ahead and bust through this. Now, me personally, this isn't my favorite way to have had this worded. So I actually printed up and wrote up a thing to be able to make this a little bit easier for me to follow along. Okay? So the very first thing now is we're going to determine zone majority for all 4 zones. Okay, so we're going to check the presence, meaning dice in player color, settlements in player color, and leaders, whoever has the majority in that community. Okay, so let's take a look, well, at a couple things. First off, the reason we're looking at majorities, first and foremost, is if you look over here at the assembly board. Okay, so the assembly board here, there is a tile, a scoring tile. These are double-sided. On one side, it has votes on it, 2 votes plus 1 per settlement that is in that location. And then on the other side, it is 2 resources of whatever the resource is that's associated with that area. All right? So whoever has the majority in that given region is going to be able to, is going to be able to claim that tile, okay? And then we get to determine what side goes to who, et cetera, but more on that in a minute. So let's take a look at this. So we look at this in the sustenance area. So this is a neutral die, so that doesn't matter. There are 2 for blue, 2 blue things in this area. We are not counting up here. It is only the community area. So 2 for blue, 1 for red with their leader, and 1 for yellow. So in this case, blue would win the sustenance area. So this will come up to blue. Next, we come over here, and blue has a blue die and a settlement. That's 2 for blue, 1 for red, 1 for yellow. There we go. Then red has 1, 2, 3. Blue has 1, 2, 3. Neutral has 2. Doesn't matter, I'm just being funny. And yellow has none. So in the case of a tie like this, let me go ahead and show you. Instead of anybody getting the tile, they immediately get half of this. So in other words, they each will get 1 vote and then 1 for each settlement that's out here. So it's a total of 1 and then 2, 3 halved. So check that. It's 4, it's 2, 3, 4 halved, which is 2. So they each get 2 votes. So 1, 2, 1, 2, and nobody gets this tile. So this tile will actually go back. Then finally, red has 2, yellow has 1, and blue has 1. So like I said, I knew the mistake I made earlier, but I digress. So now red will get that tile. So now what's going to happen, okay, and I think this would be the easiest way to do this, is secretly and simultaneously, everybody that has tiles, so in other words, Greg has these 2 tiles, which have 2 light soldiers on one side, 2 food on one side, and Ken has 2 modern resources on one side, and obviously votes on the other, okay? Simultaneously, I don't have one, so I don't need to worry about this. They will choose what it is they're going to choose for their various tiles. So when you fellas are ready, not all at once. Ken, are you ready?
Yep.
I am thinking a little bit.
Okay, well here, I will
mine are
switch to
going
this.
to be the same vote for both things.
Or you're going to choose the same, whatever it is?
Yeah, I'm going to show just 1 card. I was going to show 2, but...
Okay. You ready, Ken?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, show the camera. All right, production for all of them. All right, so nobody chose votes. Okay, so production means 2 modern resources for Ken. And that will be 2 food and 2 light soldiers for Greg. There, and 2 food. All right, so now that we have gotten that, whoever is in second, all right, a moment. If there is a second, they get half of the votes. So again, looking now at this area, who's in second? We're tied for second. If you're tied for second, you don't get it. So nothing there. Here, tied for second, nothing. Here, technically I'm in second, but you have to have presence, so nothing. And here, we're tied for second, nothing. Okay, that was anticlimactic. So that was choosing the rewards, and now actually we've already gone all the way through this, so now we're going to count votes, okay, to determine the assembly winner. So who has the most votes? 4 votes, 0 votes, 2 votes. That means Greg is the assembly winner. So therefore, Greg is going to get the 11, Ken is going to get the 5, and I elected to not take part, apparently, in this. If tied, add and divide, right? So if you tied for first, then it'd be 5 plus 11, 16, 8 apiece in that case. So it's going to be 11 for Greg to 23. And for Ken, it is going to be 5 to 23. There we go. All right. So next is going to be scoring the officers. Okay, so let's take a look now at the officers. All right, so most influence cubes on it. So in this case, me. So here, whatever tile, for every cube that I am not on the majority on, I get 1 point. So in this case, no. Yeah, I'm not in the majority, so I get 1, and no. So I get 1 point for this. Here, Ken has, for every patrol card that you have in your tableau, whether they are in work or completed, you get 2. So Ken gets 2 for this. We'll keep track of this. Now this one is the only kind of a little bit confusing one, is 1 player color die and a set of 2 settlements. For every complete set there, you get 3 votes. So if we take a look at this, so Greg is in first. So Greg has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's multiples of 2. So essentially he has 4, okay? Then does he have 2 player color dice? He has 1, he has 2. So that is 2 full sets. That's going to be 6 for Greg, all right? Then for yours truly, I would be able to score half, but unfortunately I only have 1 settlement, so I don't have that. I would have scored 1 point, but I get nothing. Okay, and then Ken, for every trap that is either on the board or has already been spent and used, so in this case, Ken already has one of these that was used, so therefore he's going to get 1 point for every trap, so that's going to be 1. That's that only trap. And then for every wall, he has a wall, so that's going to be a total of 2. So let's back this up now. He has 2 for this and 2 for this, so it's a total of 4 to 27. Then yellow gets 1 for that. We don't need to talk about that, don't worry about it. And Greg, 6, so to 29. Then we go into wrap up. Now, wrap up has a number of steps in it. First off, retrieve your leaders. So Jack comes back to here, Phoenix comes back to here, and Adelita comes back to there. That's step 1. Then, and I'm just going to mention this, even though we don't do it. In the 4-player and 4-player only game, there is a population change. In other words, 1 of the neutral color dice comes out of the game automatically. But in a 2 and a 3-player game, that doesn't happen, so I digress. Collect all the dice, so here. And by all the dice, I mean the ones that are in play, not the ones that aren't in play yet. Is that all of them? I think so. And then roll them. This will become the new dice pool. Okay, I'll straighten that up here in a minute.
Ooh, megaphones.
And then clear the patrol cards in the display. So, in other words, all existing patrol cards go away. So if you wanted them, well, you had a chance at them, you're not getting them anymore. So both of these will go away, and we're going to draw 2 new ones. So we have teamwork, which requires 2 soldiers. And we have siege of giants. And there's a 2-stepper on that. I think now's a good time to talk about that, actually. Yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about it. So it requires a minimum of 4 soldiers, maximum of 8. All right. The reward when you do the first step is you get to keep 2 cards per soldier. Or you get to keep 2 cards, period, instead of just the one that Ken got earlier. It is 1 story and 1 food. Then you can either choose to just call the patrol complete, or if you want to continue, you have to roll a 6, or one of your soldiers that's on that card dies. And then you can continue, and then for the next turn, then you will be able to keep 2 cards. Same rolling if you need to for keeping those cards, and you score 4 points. So there you go. All right, and there are handy dandy little markers that will signify what phase you're in on that. So after we have cleared the patrol cards, we remove now this tile from the game to show that, hey, that one's done, and we're going to slide those over. And then we're going to reset the vote tracker and put these bad boys back, and that's it. And that's the end of the first cycle. So let me, okay, took care of that. Done. There, there, and these come back. So we have now gone through one entire cycle of the 3 that we're going to for this game. And now the speed is going to pick up. Now that we have gone through all of those things, now we're going to show you guys, in my opinion, how this game can and should be played. Okay? So let me go ahead and organize these a little bit. Just a little bit. There, 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 and there. All right, that's vaguely organized-ish. All right, so the player that triggered that at the end of their turn was Greg.
Yep.
So it's yours truly's turn. So, all right. So did all that make sense for everybody at home? All right. Have a good one, Governor's cat. Sleep well. Enjoy your cat nap. All right. I am not going to make the same mistake. I do have food. We're going to go to politics. There are no books, notice, for this, right? So I can grab whatever I want. And I have a ton of soldiers, so I'll grab a megaphone. And I'll put that there. If there was a book, I could have chosen a book, but I didn't have to because there's an empty space for whatever. Okay, so that's going to be a trampler and a dangerous die. Just a trampler. Teaching you guys how to roll. So 2 tramplers. So it goes there, then it goes there, and then it will loop back down around for those. Okay. I will spend 1 food, and I will replace a die, and I will score 2 points for doing so. All right, so I will spend a food. And you know what? I'll take the backpack. Yeah, I'll take the backpack. So I will place that, and I will remove said backpack from the game and score my measly but important 2 points. All right. Done. Ken, you're up.
All right.
I lied. Secondary.
No, you can't take it now. Sorry.
And I paid my food, didn't I? I really need. Oh, I hate doing this, but. A moment. I need resources, and I have a bunch of soldiers. I think the right thing to do is to go ahead and put my leader over here into sustenance, and I'm going to go on patrol. So I will go ahead and I think we're going to take the big one.
Yeah, go big or go home.
I think so. So I'm going to take the Siege of Giants. So it requires at least 4 soldiers. I happen to have 4 soldiers. So that means they all are going on there. And now I'm done. All right, Ken, you're up.
All right. So it looks like I'm prepped to do fortification. So I guess I'll do that. Can you zoom in so I can see what the dino dice look like in that area?
In fortifications, right here?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Pretty
You're flooding
benign.
your engine.
If you say so.
2 dinos, so if you go to anywhere but the second spot, they will feast.
Yeah, that's the idea. I guess I'll play the neutral megaphone in the one that's Raptor and roll a die.
All right, so there, so Raptor, and this is the normal area, the regular dino die. So Raptor and Trampler.
That's what Daddy was looking for. I love it.
So Raptor, so this goes here first.
Yep.
And then there. Okay. And fortifications, good sir.
Yes, I will spend. I'll spend a modern resource on a wall.
Okay. And where are you putting it?
So.
Oh, yes. I will, Nick.
Why don't we put it in front of one of those tramplers? I'll put it in the middle row in the expansion area.
All right. And yes, a new patrol comes out. I apologize. Knock, knock down is what came out. Requires 3 soldiers. And wow, that one's actually really not. Wow.
Yeah,
Where was that
pretty
one?
good. Place a wall.
Wow. Wow. And by the way, that's only a 3 in between. What?
Yeah.
That's gross.
I will then spend a free action to place a trap.
All right. So here, so you place the wall and then here. And what kind of secret trap would you like to place?
I would like to place a secret trampler trap.
Okay.
I will place it in the next available spot in the expansion area.
Okay. And your secondary action, sir?
For my secondary action, I would like to place my leader in the safeguard area of the far right row of protection.
That's pretty good.
So in the far right and here in safeguard. So right there. So that will give you 2 safeguard. Done. Ken or Greg, you're up.
Oh, nope.
Dino Attack.
All right, here we go. Thank you. So trap phase up here. There is 1 trap right there, and it happens to be the wrong. Oh, try this again, so you guys can actually see this. So trap, wrong type. So hoping we roll well on this. So here we go. This is a trap die. It's got to be the right type to kill it. So it's not.
But I think you get the points anyway, right?
This is the first time we've had this happen. Let me
usually we've been pretty consistent.
We have, so
Oh, okay. So otherwise, leave the dino on the space and do not gain the followers.
Oh.
Yep, there you go. So I whiffed. So
Sorry,
I
dude.
failed. That's all right.
But you contributed, and that's what matters.
Right. Golly gee willikers. People like me. All right. So then we have a wall. So we're going to go to the wall phase. So we're going to roll the wall.
Give me some safeguard or valor. Do it.
How about a point?
Come on, dude.
There's a board for that.
Well,
I can't. I don't feel like I can glory to Rome the die. So I'll hold off. I'm sure Greg will give me something to glory to Rome later. So. Okay.
Wow. Okay, so we failed on all of our rolls. So now we go to the fight phase, right? So front row. Here, we'll kill this guy. Okay, so he comes to me. That's it on the front row. Then the leader kills both raptors. And remember, the leader is impervious. Back that up a little. There we go.
Right.
So both of them will die, since my trap failed miserably. And then here, we'll go ahead and kill both of those because it's a heavy. So again, no breaches. All right, so you can see there is 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2. So it's going to be red. Oh, wow, I have nothing. That is so sad. All right.
You can kill your soldier for 1 point.
I could, yes. So it's Ken, maybe me as second there. All right. So Ken, you're up. What do you got? You have 2 safeguard.
And that's all.
Yep. And 2 of each dino, sir.
I think I know what I would do.
Don't be that guy, Greg. Don't do that.
So here's the thing. I am having a hard time choosing between placing another settlement, which is basically good all the time, every day, and taking a modern resource and a soldier, which is also very good. Dang it. Yeah, I'll place the settlement. Not sure it's the right call, but that's what I'm going to do.
All right, so that's going to be 2 safeguard. I did spend it. So there and there, you're going to place a settlement. And where are you placing said settlement? So it must be in this.
It has to be in that zone.
It does.
I will place it over the 1 vote area.
All right, so the 1 vote is going right there. All right. And I have 0 anything. I can sacrifice for 1 point, and I'm not going to do that with a heavy soldier, so I pass. Sir?
Yeah, I'm not going to sacrifice my heavy soldier either. That doesn't seem like a good idea, so
You
I'm all
too
set.
shall pass. All right, so here we go. So that goes back. These guys come home. There, and leader back. A moment while I clear up the dino bones. We're having a barbecue tonight. There. Okay, hold on. Move these out of the way so you can see a little better. So we got that. This becomes a dangerous area. And my trap also comes onto my board. Oh, yeah, well, and that guy will go. Okay. Anything else that I forgot?
I don't think
that's
so.
it.
All right, cool. So now that was
Ken's turn.
Ken's turn. All right, Greg.
All right. So now, I am going to take my blue hammer, put it into the settle area.
So a trampler and a scary die.
Yep.
Okay. 3 tramplers will fill it up. Okay.
Okay.
Dang, Greg. All right.
Here we go. So 1, 2, 3. All right.
Spend a food.
So here to place a settlement. Okay.
And I'm going to put my settlement on put 3 soldiers down in the military section.
So up here.
Yeah.
Move that over so you can place 3 soldiers. Okay, so here we go.
And I'm going to.
They're all light.
Yeah. This is where it's rough. Yeah. No.
No? Okay.
Put that in the middle one.
There?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be 1 here and 2 there.
Yep.
And your secondary, I might as well stay up here.
I'm going to put my dude in the what's it called?
Your leader,
My leader. Yes, thank you.
Phoenix.
Put her in the military base.
Okay.
I'm going to spend a heavy resource.
A modern resource to get a
Modern
heavy.
resource to get a heavy.
Okay, so spending this gets you a heavy. Got it. So that's 1.
I'm gonna spend 1 point, 1 follower to get a story.
Yep, to get a story.
And
All
then
right.
I'm gonna use that story. Don't bother giving it to me to
Okay.
put them both out.
Okay, so a moment. So you're down to 28. And I'm going to place both of these. So let's see.
So that was
I'm curious.
That was a trap for the, what's it called?
You don't know.
Yeah, but it was a trap for the trampler.
It was.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, I know. Put my light on the left.
Yep. So that will go there. And which one?
Ooh, that matters. Shit. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Sparkles.
Wow, that is tough.
3, 2, 1.
Top.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So now that was your secondary. So Dino's Attack, trap phase. There's a trap. Oh, look at that. It is a trampler. So there we go. All right. And again, it's a minor thing. Like, this is the one case where I think that actually would have mattered, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time we've encountered that, but I digress. So trap die, here we go. Up, if it's the right type, it kills it, and you get 4 followers. So this one.
I like 4 followers. That sounds good.
So that will go to red. So there, and I will give you the 4 points so I don't forget. That's up to 32. Did I mention I like these unless you're doing 3 of them? All right. So there's the trap. Now we have the wall die. And the wall says it kills the dino and you get 1 safeguard.
Oh, yes.
So a safeguard and killed that one. Okay. So then it's just straight normal death dealing. So let me put the wall die back. So here we go. So here to here dies, but dies. So this will become blue. Those die from blue, and these guys die. So this guy will take care of that, and then this guy will die taking care of that. So everything that you see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2. And then you're looking at 5 blue to 2 red, and here we go. So Greg, you have 3 and 2. Ken, you have 1. Okay? Plus your death dealing. There you go. What did Greg do, Tony? Keep going, though. All right.
He used a naughty word.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So, Greg, you're up. Go for it.
So I'm going to use 1 safeguard and 1 valor for 2 resources.
All right. So doing this one here, and it's going to be 2 modern resources, and that's 1 of each.
Oh,
so,
no, it'd be 2 stories.
I'm sorry?
2 story.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at the wrong one. I was looking here, but it's actually there. You're right. Sorry. So 2 stories come out, and you lose 1 and 1 because you spent that. Ken, you're up.
I will take a story.
Hey, Etienne. All right. So in other words, that's going here.
Yeah.
So that will go there, and we have a story there. All right, Greg, you're up.
I'm going to use 2 valor to put a settlement down.
I bet you are.
All right, so settlement is 2 valor there, so that'll go 2 there, and you have 6 left, 5 after this. You're
Okay,
up, sir. Hey, Derek. Derek's been
put it
here,
in the vote one.
All right, so the single vote right there.
Yep.
All right, and I dropped you 1 and 1. I did. So that was 1 and 1. So you have 1 safeguard left. Ken, you can't do anything, can you?
I cannot.
All right, so Ken passes. Greg, you have 1 safeguard left, which or you can sacrifice there for 4 points.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna do that.
I figured. So
You can actually do both, right?
I'm gonna do both actually.
Okay, so sacrifice 1 of his soldiers for a total of 4 points because he killed 4 tramplers. Then he's going to sacrifice a second one and there. So 2 of these, I assume it's going to be the light ones.
Yes.
Because remember, I talked to the publisher and they said, no, try it with the, you can sacrifice the heavy. So it's going to be a total of 8 points because 4 tramplers So 4 tramplers twice is 8. That from 28, that sounds like 36 to me. And then we reset because they're done. So tramplers come back. Raptors.
You get the benefits if you use the settlement action normally, whether you use it to do it once or twice. But if you do it twice, you don't get the second one.
And notice the X right here, there. And then down here at the bottom of the screen where I'm pointing down here, you get the benefit the first one, but you don't get the benefit of the second one.
I wish they were... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, in our earlier plays, we kind of figured out that blocking was almost as important as getting the stuff. And that's why we've been blocking so much in this game.
Plus, you guys also have to keep in mind that I'm playing with 2 of the most aggressive players that you're ever going to play with. No. Hold on. I'm not being like mean about it. It's just a fact. Like these guys are uber aggressive about this stuff. So let's see. So all 4 of these soldiers are dead. And your heavy comes back. There, the trap is sprung. I think that's it. Yes. All right. Who was that? That was Greg, right?
That was Greg.
Yep.
All right. Cool. All right. All right. Cool. So my turn. First thing is resolve the patrol card, right? Remember? So the very first thing here. So if we take a look, again, I have 4 soldiers up here. So we're going to be doing step 1. So I'm going to mark this that we're doing currently, step 1. So this says I get to keep 2 total, and I get a story and I get a food. So I will get a story and I get a food.
That is nice.
I thought it was pretty good. So I get 3 light and 1 heavy total. All right. So 3 light, and I will bring this out here. 1, 2, 3 light and 1 heavy. All right, so I'll bring those up a little bit so I can see them over the dishes. Wow, that actually worked out pretty well. So I haven't looked at the resources, I just looked at the cost. All right, so this is roll a 3 or higher, 3 or higher, 3 or higher, 4 or higher. I mean, it's not a super great draw, but when you're short on resources,
heck yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll be honest, this one is definitely tempting, but it's my 1 heavy that's on there. I do have a second heavy as an option.
No, the red one is the red one's your heavy.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I knew that. All right. The thing is, I have a food and I have 2 stories, but I don't have any modern resources. But honestly, you know what?
2/3 chance versus 50% chance is also...
Right, that does play a part. So I think I will go here. So I will get a food and a story. So food and a story.
Oh, only if you succeed, I thought.
No, you get it. It's just whether or not they die.
Oh.
And you get to keep another one, too,
Oh, I
right?
get to keep 2. Oh, well,
yeah.
Duh. Okay,
And the
those
other
will
one's
go
a
away.
modern resource.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do that one.
So there we go. So I'll keep those 2. So I will get a modern resource and a safeguard. So there and there. All right, so I got my resources, but now it's worth it to me no matter what happens, honestly, for all that. I'm good with that. So I'll roll here first, then I'll roll that second. So I need to roll a 3 or higher to save. There we go. And I will try not to be so aggressive with this one. 4. There we go.
Sweet.
All right,
Well done.
so they both lived. Awesome. Good deal. All right, so now that that is done, we come back, and now I have a choice, okay? So both of these cards go into the discards. There we go. All right. So now, do I want to continue? And the answer is maybe? I think so. Yeah, I will. So what I'm going to do now is I have to roll a 6 or someone dies. It's that simple. Hold on 1 second. One thing I need to double check, actually, is when you continue a patrol, if you drop below that number, do you automatically fail it? Again, we haven't run into this problem yet. So here we go. If you draw, okay. If at least one soldier survives and the card has the next stage, you can keep all surviving soldiers on the card and move to the next stage. Okay, so basically what that means is this number is to start it, and then to make it to the second one, at least one soldier needs to survive. So yeah, that's worth it to me. So I'll go ahead and just roll out here. I need a 6 for him not to die a hero. Ooh! Here. In case you
He didn't die a hero, he lived a hero.
Or lived a hero. Look at that. You betcha. All right. So, nobody dies. We will just move this over, and then at the beginning of my next turn, I get to keep 2 more cards and score 4 points. That seems not terrible. All right. Cool.
Yeah, at worst, you're going to lose 2 soldiers.
Right. So, that was a hell of a good patrol, I think, big picture-wise.
I get to take an action.
Yeah, now I actually get to take my turn, because remember, all that was that. All right, so let's keep it moving. I feel like I'm losing every battle for popularity, right? For all the different zones out here. So the best thing I can do is make dice. It's going to be costly to do this, but here's what I'm going to do. First things first is I'm going to spend 1 story to change the face of any one die to any one thing. So I will change that to a notebook. Then I will go ahead and place that, and I'm okay with the worst one. So I will go there, and that is 2 tramplers out there. So 1 there and 1 there. Then I will go ahead and that's a 1. I'm already behind the curve on that. Do I want to change? Yeah, I will. I will pay 1 food to then change 1 of the common dice. So drop that for that, removing that out of the game. Then I score 1 point for every one of my player colored dice, so that's going to be a total of 3 to 21. There. And then my secondary action. I have my leader already out. I only have 1 soldier left, so I think we're going to come down and go ahead and drop an influence. Maybe 2 influence. So that actually is there, sorry. And you can always check, because there should be, if you ever bump these, there should be 4, a multiple of 4 up top. So.
I fully support 2 influence on the engineer.
Yeah, I bet you would, looking at this. I have a trap and a wall. That's 2 points. That's 2. And God, I hate giving it to any of you guys. But I think I will. I will drop 2 there.
It's points for you for the chief mate too, right?
Yeah. Well, only if I'm not the lead, right?
Oh, does Tide count as being the lead? I guess maybe it does.
You're not leading. I mean,
yeah,
by default. Right, yeah. You know what? I'm going to keep a story, actually. I'm going to keep my story. So instead, I'm just going to place 1 there. Because that second, which gives me a point there, and it gives me a point for this, so it gives me 2 points. I just lose out on the 2 Valor. I'm fine with that. Ken, you're up.
All right. So I'm going to take the remaining neutral die.
All right, the hammer.
Hammer. And I'm going to place it in the
Don't hurt
1 die area of patrol.
For patrol, the empty area, so it's going to go there. And
the last safe zone.
It is the last safe zone. So here we go. 1 raptor. The Raptors are trying to flank over on the left over here, apparently.
Yeah, there's more raptor dice in that area, I noticed, than there are in some of the other places. So and so I'm gonna go on patrol.
Yeah, yes you are. Okay. And I assume you want teamwork, right?
Yeah, the
He laughs because he knows that's not the one he wants.
no, definitely not.
Damn it, I wanted that knock down.
I will take knock down, please.
Damn you. All right, so 3 soldiers, which means all of them have to go onto your card. There, and we will put a marker to show that you are on the first phase of it. Okay. And secondary action, good sir? Where are you putting your leader?
I'm going to put my leader in the expansion area.
All right, so expansion will go right there.
Yep. I'm going to use it to settle, and I'm going to spend a story, a food, and a modern resource.
Which is all your resources, okay?
Yep. And I will, the benefit I'm going to take is retrieve my leader in the expansion area.
It will be the one we give you, is the one you, no, give me a second.
So I'll take that one.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, hold on.
Oh, you got to put you're putting the megaphone down?
What's up?
You're putting the megaphone? No, you're not putting anything
It's
down.
a leader.
It down, yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So, a moment. So you're putting down 2 settlements. All right. So one is the retrieve the leader one. So the one that's going to activate. So that then brings your Adelita back to your board. And for the second one,
I will place it in the take 1 soldier area in training.
the take 1 soldier right there, which is not going to trigger. Done.
Right.
All right, Greg, you're up. And Greg, you have 2 stories and a food. The end.
Yeah. So
And a heavy.
the thing I'm going to do is spend one of my stories.
Have a good one, Chip. Okay. Story
to
gone.
turn my hammer into a book. And I'm going to put it into the top. Yeah, right there.
All right. So that gets you the privilege of placing a trampler. There we go.
Then I'm going to spend a food and a story.
And that is all of your resources.
Yep. I'm going to change the hammer that is in sustenance to a blue one.
Now, you don't get the action, but influence, right? So there's that. And that's going to get you 2 points all day total.
Yeah.
Okay, so 38.
The other reason, too, is to make sure I have 3 die for my set thing.
All right, secondary.
Put 1 influence on... Oh, God. There's no good one for me, because I don't have anything in engineer yet. But you know what? I could spend the rest of this trying to get stuff. Yeah, put me on engineer.
Okay. I'm laughing that Chip says, good luck, Edward, against the Mad Bomber, i.e. Ken, and aggressive. So that was funny. All right. So I'm up. All right. So we got the dinos kind of in hand, as of right now, at least. Okay. Step 1. Right. The fun time, for me, at least, is my board. So I get to draw 3 light and 1 heavy total. So that's going to be 1, 2, and shuffle every day. And I will shuffle that there, or cut there. That's 3 and 1 heavy there. Okay. So everybody at home, are you, like the camera cuts and everything, is this helping you guys follow along? So that is the heavy right there. Ooh, that's 2 of each. And I get to keep 2 of these and get 4 followers. Those kind of suck.
But you definitely
keep your soldiers.
You definitely keep the soldier.
I know. Yeah.
2 times 1 looks pretty good.
Okay, those are going away. So there we go. So that's going to be, you know what? You know the question I'm going to ask. I would argue you get that choice twice. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
You could take two moderns, or you could take. Yep.
So that's what I'm going to do there.
Yep.
Or actually, no, I'm going to take 2 moderns because I'm then going to get a food here, a story there. 2 points plus the 4 that I get is a total of 6 points. Or 6 followers. Oh, wow. This is embarrassment of riches right now. And 6 points, which would be 27, which I need considering I'm lagging behind. But now comes the bad part. I need to roll a 4 for the heavy and a 6 for the light. So here we go. See if I can do this without... heavy died. Light died. But they died heroes as far as I'm concerned.
Worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely worth it.
So those 2 go away. All right. So now these guys come home. And the patrol is complete. So this marker will just go back into the supply. I will flip this over. And that was a hell of a good patrol, in my opinion. So those go away. And now I get to take my action. And now we have a plethora.
Yes, you do, sir.
Yeah. Oh, we are totally competing for points. Shelf clutter. These are our point trackers. So nothing about this is co-op that we are playing tonight.
Yeah, even the part that seems cooperative is not.
Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2, there's 3. I will bust that out there. I think. Oh, you know what? I apologize, guys. 1 job. I have 1 job tonight. 1 job.
Oh, yeah.
Sudden breach. Oh, my.
Sudden breach.
4 soldiers, though. I have 3. Noted. Okay. So, let's fix that problem. So, I want to take the settle action. So I will do that, then I will do that, and that makes me happy. Nope, I can't do all. Okay. That's all right. If you guys get it, you get it. But I'm going to take the settle action. So, the settle action can be any of those. Do I really care? So the bullhorn is for here. The hammer is for fortifications. The backpack potentially is there. I'll leave the backpack. It's not my problem. So I'll go ahead and put the bullhorn here. I think, yeah. So I'm good with that. So that'll be a trampler and a, oh no, wait. Oh no, I'm not going to be that nice. Oh, but the hammer, yeah, I will be that nice because I have to. A trampler and a raptor. So a trampler and a raptor, and the trampler goes first. The raptor goes next. Okay. And I will spend 1 of each to put down 2 settlements and join the settlement party. So I have a plethora, of those. So I will grab 2 settlements. The first one, damn it, that's not open. This isn't open, which I really want, but alas. So I want to pull my leader back. So that means I either have to place it here or place it there. Both seem relatively safe. And even though I realize I'm dead last here, I have what you would call protection with the blue one up there. So I will pull my leader back for free. And then for the one that doesn't do anything is, I'm not going to hate on you guys as much as y'all are, so I'll go ahead and just put that where I don't get the bonus advantage there. All right, so I have done that. Now for my second action, or my secondary action. So next turn, I'm going to do that and that if it's available to me. Ken has his leader still available, but Ken's got to worry about this stuff because that's looking really scary up here. If you take a look at all the dinos up there. So I'm thinking, and he can't use it here, so I think he probably does it for protection up there. At least that's my guess. So if that's the case, for my secondary, I think I'm going to be able to go military next turn and place my leader maybe over here to grab that patrol. We'll see. Again, internal monologue here. So therefore, now actually, instead of placing soldiers, I think the smart thing to do is, I didn't spend the 2 stories to go ahead and come down here. And now I will do this. So potentially I lose a point here, but I gain there. And now those clear. And now since we're tied, ties are friendly down with the officers. So Ken and I both get 2 valor. There and there.
I will take it.
I figured you might. All right, cool. All right, done.
Okay. So my 2 dice, megaphone and hammer.
Hammer.
Oh, we got to do patrol stuff first.
Oh, you do, in fact, have a patrol. Good sir. All right, so let's check it. By the way, you did not roll. No, this is step 1. I'm sorry. Ignore me.
Yeah.
My bad. Hold on. There we go. So step 1 is you get to keep 2 cards. So you're going to draw 2 light and a heavy. Okay.
Yep.
So here. So that'll be 1, 2, and a heavy. Okay. So there. And yeah, I realize I have like 44 jobs on this, managing 12 cameras and this, but it's a running joke. All right. So there, and you can keep 2 of those. Good God. Where were these draws? What?
You don't have to keep any of them.
That's not true, is it?
It's up to.
Is that right?
That you don't have to? I believe it's always a may.
If the current, draw a challenge card for each soldier currently on the patrol card corresponding to the type. If you have drawn any challenge cards, choose and keep up to the number of them shown on the patrol stage.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, so all that's really important to me is that at least 1 soldier survives to stage 3. So as nice as it would be to keep 2, I'm just going to keep 1.
Okay.
I'm going to keep the modern resource and the safeguard.
All right. So modern.
Give myself a 50-50 chance to survive.
Okay. So these go away. All right. So you got a modern resource and a safeguard there. So now you need to roll. Now you realize you have 3, right?
Yeah, but I have to cross the little threshold thing.
Which
too.
it's a roll of 3 though.
I know.
But the other
wow,
ones
you really are risk adverse, aren't you? Okay.
That wall is pretty important to me. So.
Okay. All right. So here you go. Roll in a 4 or higher for your sake. You're welcome.
Money.
So that's a 2.
All right, so now let's talk about that other challenge card I'm going to keep.
Yeah. I tried, man. I tried. So.
Okay.
All right. So now go ahead, please. I'll shut up.
Yeah. So now in order to go to the next stage for next turn, I need to pass that threshold. I got to roll a 3.
Well, no.
Yeah,
you're going to pass it.
Yep.
So it's just whether or not one of them dies.
Yep.
Nobody died. So there you go. You're good. Okay?
Love it.
All right. So now, next turn, you're going to be able to keep 2 and place a wall. All right?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So
I'm going to use the red megaphone. And man, I really do need military. It feels like kind of good money after bad to put in that area, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I'll put it in the one trampler spot on the military.
Okay, so one trampler comes in right there. Okay.
And I will.
I'm glad somebody caught that because that went completely over these guys' head.
Wait,
okay.
What happened?
When I rolled the 5, I put it upside down. I'm like, that's a 2.
Oh, no, it didn't go over. It didn't go over. It was Ken's thing to bemoan, not mine.
I just was like, really? Nothing? Damn. All right. Okay. All right. So.
Okay. So, realizing I don't really have all the cool stuff in this thing that I want, I definitely want a light soldier.
I assumed.
Yeah.
You have a modern resource. The end.
I think I might as well take that modern resource and turn it into a heavy.
That's 2.
And you know what? I like stories. I'll spend a point and get a story.
All right. So from 32 to 31, and that will buy you a story.
Yep.
Okay. So these will come back, and now you have a secondary action, good sir.
I do. I'm going to put 1 influence in the chief
of security.
The one that I don't have. Yeah, Chief Steward.
Ah, damn it! I was actually getting really excited about that. Okay. All right. So, Greg, you have nothing of nothing. You have a heavy soldier. You have no resources. May God have mercy upon your soul. Okay. All right.
So I
Billy
think what I should possibly do is
get resources.
I'm gonna spend the red hammer.
Oh my God, you're such a jerk.
Seriously, he's the one you're going after. So that's going to cost you 2 followers.
Truly unnecessary.
Oh no, absolutely not unnecessary.
So from 38 to 36, because he's using another player's die. So using the red hammer as a hammer.
Ooh, I could get resources now, or I could put out a trap and make sure I get at least no points. Never mind. Yeah. I will put that in the first blank spot on the salvage area in protection.
Salvage, so right here. Okay, so that's going to be 1 trampler comes out. And that will get you 2 modern resources, sir. I'm sure you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
And your secondary? Where are you putting your influence?
That's a tough one. I think.
Don't do it.
I think you're looking at chief mate. Yeah.
No. I'm looking at chief engineer because I don't want you both get 2 safeguard.
I don't want him to get 2 safeguard.
Okay,
in fact,
good.
I think I'd rather put on chief mate, and try and get something out of it.
Okay. All right. Done. I have no active patrol, so here we go. So the penultimate action before we get to the assembly. Well, so again, inner monologue. If I were to place my die over here, I know he wouldn't, but Ken has to use my die, which is going to cost him 2 points. It'd be really funny if he put it over here, because then that would give me 4 to his 3. I'm just saying.
Don't think I haven't thought about it.
Inner monologue, okay? But yeah, I need to do the patrol. I think that makes the most sense. That's I only have 3. Damn it. So hold on one second. Right. I have my leader, though. Okay. So my leader as my secondary is going to come over here. So that's actually going to give me 3.
Oh, yeah.
So that will work. But to be able to go on the patrol that I want to, I need to be able to have 4 soldiers. I only have 3. So, ooh, hold on. Wait. Oh, that's so nasty.
Have you seen what I've seen?
Maybe. All right. You know what? I'm just going to have a little fun since you guys like to mess with me so much.
Oh, boy.
I don't think it's a good idea what he's about to do, but I'm going to let him do it.
So we'll see. So here we go. I'm going to use my backpack to come over here. So that's going to be a trampler and the scary die. So I'm going to do this dramatically. Trampler and then scary die.
Guaranteed trigger.
I know. It cost me 2 points. It's going to cost you all more.
No, it's
2 points per dinosaur.
It's going to cost you like 15
Oh,
points.
it's per dinosaur.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Back that up. Back that up. My bad.
You saw the same thing I saw.
Well, I was going to be able to get soldiers by settling right there, right? So
Yeah, but then you wouldn't go on patrol.
No, I would.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. You would have had to use them to defend.
Yeah, right. Yeah, mistakes could have been made there, so my bad. So I guess instead, I guess I will. Oh, you know what? What do I think you won't want to use? So if I were to use...
I got a story, so...
Oh, so you can change it. Right. I kind of want to make you change it, is the thing. So I will... Now, there's a lot of free areas and stuff, but I don't think it really matters. So I'll use the backpack, and I will go Raptor and Scary Die now. So Scary Die. Not bad. Raptor and a Trampler. So, yeah, per die or per guy that goes through that. I forgot about that part. All right, so there's that.
Edward, I think it's technically the other way. It's Raptor then Trampler.
Oh, was it? My bad. My bad. Thank you. Again, one job.
I don't know if it matters too much, but
yeah, I know. So
it's really funny you say one job since you actually have like 42 jobs.
I know. So there's that. Then I will go. I'll spend a modern resource. Yeah, I'll spend a modern resource to get a heavy, and then I will spend that. Ooh, wait. No, I won't. Hold on. There. So that will give me that. And then...
Having a lot of light's not the worst.
Given what I'm about to go do, right? You know what? We're gonna... Let's run a risk. I'm gonna upgrade 2 of the lights. So these 2 become heavies. So I have 3 heavy, 4 heavy, and 2 light. There we go. So that's my 3 on the military. Then, I'm sorry, I have 4 and 1, don't I? Right. So then my leader is going to come out and go there, and then I'm going to do a patrol. So the patrol is going to be sudden breach here. So that's 4. And as you guys can see here, there we go. Okay. That's just a lot of cards, which is a ton of stuff. All right.
A lot of cards, a lot of Valor and Safeguard.
And yes, I know they can be done ahead of, but again, we're just trying to show off the game more than anything. So I'm going to actually put all 5 on there.
Yeah, why not?
Because I hear choices are good. So there we go. And I'm done. Ken, last action.
Patrol it up.
All right. So that's going to cost you a story. Oh, patrol. I'm sorry. Never mind. Hey. All right, so that's going to be plus. It's one guy doing stuff here, guys, for the camera.
Yeah.
So, I mean, work with me.
I think a wall in the expansion area seems like a good idea.
Okay, so let's do that. You think so?
Yeah, I feel good about that choice.
I assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're going to get 2 lights there and 1 heavy, and you can keep 2 of them.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. There we go. You can keep 2 of them max. 2, 3, 5, by the way.
I think I want the stuff more than I want the followers right now. So I'll keep those 2. Yeah.
Okay, so that will go back. So you're getting this and 1 of each on your board. So it'll be 1 there, 1 there, and 2 points. So I'd be at 33. Done. And now you have to roll. So, all right. So here first. Okay. So the 3.
Yep.
Can you see that? Nope, you can't. That was that. So he's safe. And now anything but a 1. Ah! All right. They both lived. Damn it.
It's a 5.
Not as dramatic when it goes that way.
True.
All right. So that is done.
Boys.
There. That comes back. That flips. So you now have 2. I'll do like so. There. Here's your leader. Just kind of by herself over there.
Noted.
There. And just trying to keep it to where you can see it a little easier. All right.
Yep.
There we go. And your leader over here by itself. So there's your resources and your status. And now you can do what you want for your main action. I apologize.
All right. So I will use the yellow hammer, Greg.
So -2 to 31.
To take 2 modern resources. And I'll take the one that just makes you roll 1 die.
All right. So there, and it is the scary die.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to put it.
Woo!
So a couple raptors with a trampler in between. So raptor, trampler, raptor. Okay, and you get 2 modern resources.
Yeah.
So scoot that over there. Okay.
I will now use my leader to go to the expansion area.
Okay.
And take the settle action.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, this is cool. All right, so you can do either. Which would you like to do?
All 3, please.
All right,
I'm
so
spending 1 of each.
There. So that gives you 2 here. You have 3 left after this, by the way. Okay.
Yep. So we'll put 1 at the very top of that in the
place 3 soldier spot.
3 soldiers area.
Okay. I assume that's the one you're activating.
No,
maybe I shouldn't assume.
Sorry. Yes, indeed. Yes. And I will put the other one in the influence area of the training spot.
Right there?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So there are your soldiers, and you may place 3 of them, sir.
Yeah, so I'll place a heavy in the let's put him in the safeguard area of expansion, the far right.
Far right. Okay. So that will be 1 safeguard. Got it.
And let's put another heavy in the place you were about to put him in the right there.
1 more safeguard, and now a light will go somewhere.
And now a light will go. I don't know. Yeah, let's put him in the Valor spot.
I guess, yeah, because the wall hopefully, well, no, the wall will take this out, hopefully, and then he will die with the raptor, okay?
There's more stuff coming between the two spots.
I like the confidence. I like where your head's at. All right, so you're done?
I'm done.
All right. Secondary?
Yeah,
no, that was your secondary.
That was my secondary.
Right.
Yeah, so that's the end of the round. It's assembly time.
Yep, so assembly happens. So again, a moment. So again, you see that went way faster than the previous one. So, and the last one's going to go even faster, just because we're getting, we're not having to sit and explain every step the whole way. So now we're going to do majorities for each of the 3 zones, remember? So here we go. All right, so the first one is pretty simple, 3 and 3. So this one, instead of either Greg or I getting, we then get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half of that. So we each get 3 votes.
That's not bad.
Votes? What are votes, I say? Okay. So this then will just go back, all right, because that one's done. There we go. So here, clearly it's me with 2. Just kidding. Red has 4, blue has 3, so red gets this one. Are you guys following along as to why this is? I hope. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for red. 1, 2, 3 for blue. Red gets this.
4 for blue.
I apologize. Down here,
Yep.
I miss these every time. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for blue. 1, 2, 3, 4 for red. 1 for yellow. So they're going to tie on this one. So it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes. Divided by half is 3.5. Round down, so it's going to be 3 votes each. So 3 and 3 more is 6. This is the only one that can go above their track. Both of the tracks are capped at 6, whereas the votes can get a plus 10. Okay, so
yeah, they said if you somehow manage more than 20,
well done. But yeah, so this will go away. And then over here, you're looking at 4, 1, and 1. So there's not going to be a second place on that one at all. So red gets both of those. So you don't need to.
Yeah, we can take away the secret stuff because I'm the only one deciding, right?
Yeah, correct.
So I'm going to take the votes for training and the production for protection.
All right, so production, protection. There you go. So that's this one. So that was here, and there's no second place, so this one's done. Okay. Then the votes is going to be for this area. So it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. And then second place, which is going to be Greg, gets 1 of whatever the other side is, which in this case is, of course, a light soldier. So Greg gets 1 light soldier. There. So now we then look at this for the assembly and points. So the assembly winner is going to be Ken with 11, Greg with 6. Here. Ken with 11, Greg with 6, and apparently I don't care about politics. So 14 for Ken, which puts him at 45, and 6 for Greg, which puts him at 42. So a moment. 45 and 42. So that is done, and I'm just going to do this, save myself a little bit on my back so I don't have to reach again. All right, so those are done. So now we're going to do the officers. All right. All right, so here, so for me, I'm going to get 1 point, rounded down for half is 0. I'm sorry, check that. Friendly ties. So we both get this. So I am not in first in one of these, so and I have 1 cube, so that'll be 1 point for yellow. Blue, on the other hand, is in first here. is in first here, is not in first there. So 1 point each for Greg and I. Somebody, you know what? I got this. Here we go.
We're also tallying.
Oh, are you? Okay, good. If you that'll save me a little work. Here, this is going to be for any patrols that are in work or completed. So in my case, I have one that is in work and one completed, and 2 here. So it's going to be a total of 4 each for Ken and I. So if you'll mark that down for me, I appreciate it. Then here, for blue, it is a set of the player dice and 2 settlements. So if we look out here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 there. If Greg has 3 blue dice, he does. That's going to be 9 points for blue, who's cheating. And half of that for yellow and red, respectively. So yellow has 1, 2, 3, and at least the die, so that's going to be 1 point for yellow. Red has 1, 2 dice, so as long as he has 4 settlements, he does. And 2 dice, so it's going to be 6 rounded down as 3 points for red.
Got it.
And then here, first place is going to be for red, is going to be for traps and walls, 1 point each. So a trap here, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5 for red.
Got
Blue, on the other hand, has no traps out there, and none, it doesn't matter up there because they're not triggered yet. And blue has no walls, so half of 0 is still 0. And what do we have for final scores?
I get Edward 6, Ken 12, Greg 10.
So I get 6 at 33. I heard that first.
So you actually ties count for chief mate. So you do get
1
3
more?
points for chief mate. 2 more.
So make it 8 then, Edward.
Okay, so 35. And then how many for you, Ken?
12.
So to 57. I'm just saying, if anybody bet on me, I tried to warn him. Ken or Greg?
10.
10. So 52. All right. Cool. All right. So then for cleanup on this is retrieve the leaders. So comes home, and comes home. Population change in 4-player. Collect all the dice. I'll do that last. Clear the patrol card display because, again, I forgot to do. Where is the peanut gallery in all this? So I'm going to draw a patrol card and then immediately discard it because I was supposed to. So here, look at what we're not getting, which is Sleeping Beastie. Oh, man. You see that?
Yeah, that one's
Keep
pretty
2
sweet.
and return a leader.
Yep.
All right, so those go away. And we need to shuffle, so there's that. So there's 1. So now you have seen the entire deck as we have it, at least, from the prototype. Okay. Okay, and cut. There's 4 cards left, so, okay. So uninvited guest, and, oh, hey. I was worried that might actually happen because now it looks shady, but so be it. All right, so that's 3 soldiers each up there. So we have wiped those. Remove the assembly tile, that's done, and reset each player's vote tracker. So there, and then the dice. There, and here we go. So there. So everybody at home, you guys having a good time? You guys digging this? All right, there are a lot of. Remember at the beginning of last round, last assembly, there wasn't much by way of dinos. This may change. Okay, here we go. That was a terrible. Let's actually roll.
Sort of drop them on the
There we
table
go.
there.
Yeah, right, exactly. So here we go. All right, let's organize a little.
Oh, my backpack's floating by the settle.
Oh, thank you. All right. I was like, wow, it feels like there should be more dice. Oh, that's why. Okay, so we have that there. There we go. That's a little bit more organized. There we go. All right, cool.
Greg.
Yep.
Begin. Final cycle or final round, if you will. All right?
So what I'm gonna do, not sure if this is the best way to do
And
this.
you have 2 modern, just letting you know, and you have 1 heavy and 1 light, and that's it. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna use the neutral book.
All right. Neutral book.
And I'm gonna go into military on the left column in the second spot.
All right, right there. So
Trampler.
that's going to be a trampler, and I'm sorry. Never mind. You can see it. I'll shut up. Again, I'm so used to doing solo streams, so I apologize for talking over you guys. There we go. Go for it.
So I will take my free thing, free dude. I will use a modern resource to get a heavy.
Done.
Oh, I didn't think this all the way through. Oh well. I will spend a point to get a story, so that I have a story.
All right, so there to 51. Cool. All right.
And
yeah, those are up here. Okay.
Put those back, and I will put my leader into sustenance and take sleeping beastie. You couldn't take it anyway.
Doesn't mean I didn't want it. All right.
Oh, wait, no, you could have, because it resolves. That one will resolve.
Well, yeah, I could have, but I might want to keep it for the second one, and I do. So, all right. So there we go. So Sleeping Beastie requires 3 soldiers.
Just pile them all on.
All 4?
All 4.
Yeah, all 4. Okay. So here we go. So, hold on. Whoop. There we go. Let me fix that. There we go. Problem solved. So 4 soldiers. So 2 of each. There and there. Okay. And done. All right. Cool. So now my turn. Coming on over here. All right. We have the first part of our patrol. So that is going to be 4 heavy and a light and a story. So there's my story. And so 4 heavy. 1, 2, 3, and shuffle. Ish. I mean, as best you can, shuffle 5 cards. Yeah, Nick says, I like this game a lot, even though I don't think I'll ever win a game. Welcome to my world, Nick. All right. But the point is, have fun with it. And this is the last of the lights. So not going to shuffle those yet because I don't need them. So there. All right, so here we go. Here is the light. Stay away from the light. I only get to keep 1 of these? Ugh. What?
Okay. Well, one of those is definitely better than the others.
I mean,
Yeah.
that seems pretty good. I mean, because remember, we haven't seen all of these because we weren't taking that many patrols previously. So, yeah, I think we're gonna keep that one. So
Yeah, it's worth the risk.
yeah, and so what? I have 4 heavies. If one guy dies,
Yeah.
Wait. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle these because I know we're gonna need it. So forgot to draw another patrol. Where were you guys on that? Peanut Gallery. One job, literally, you guys. All right. So I will roll. So first, hold on. I have 3 each. So a moment. 1, 2, 3.
Seems good.
Or yeah, I want to keep that at 4. So I like that. And then that's going to be 3 points as well. So that's 38. I mean, I'm just keeping within screaming distance, if nothing else. So there's that. I need to, a moment. So here we go. And Dino Veritas. So that is a story and 3 points, and it requires 2 soldiers. Okay? All right. So then I will go ahead and keep this. Oh, shoot. I didn't. I I have to roll a 5. I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Trying to hurry. I apologize, guys. So, I have to roll a 5 to see if they live. My heavy there. It's a 2. No, I'm kidding. All right. So, there we go. He lives. Awesome. So, there's that. Then, for me over here to be able to move it over to the second one, it requires a 5 on that one. So, I will go ahead and roll that again. So, let me go and clear this card back out. And here, so I need a 5, so my light soldier survives. No. That did not go well for him. So my light soldier will die, so be it. But now I get to keep 3 cards, 2 Valor and 2 Safeguard. That seems good. Next turn.
That sounds like a thing you might want heading into the game.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Good deal. All right. All right. So now my main action, and yes, just to be clear, during the game itself, when you're playing multiplayer or whatever in person, when the world allows you, when he's taking his turn, I could be doing my patrol to save a little bit of time or a fair bit of time. But as it is, I'm doing everything for 3 people. There's only yeah. So all right. Okay, so my turn.
Even though I know it's faster, I do like the idea of watching the rolls on the patrols. It's kind of fun. There's like fun tension there.
Yeah. I mean, for folks that don't normally like dice rolling stuff like this, I feel like it's thematically appropriate, and it also it's exciting in this one. Yeah, I agree with that. Ooh. Oh, that's risky.
I like that Nick said it's a 7 when you rolled that 1. That's
right.
Good times.
Yeah, it's worth it to me. Yeah, it's totally worth it to me. So I will go ahead. I'm going to get me a book. There. So that is roll the dangerous dino die. I did look at this before I chose. And there are 3 spaces, and there's only one of 6 that has 3 dinos on it. So seemed like a good risk. All right.
So of course you're going to get that. Oh.
Nope. All right. So that's going to be a raptor and a trampler. So raptor. Oops. There we go. And a trampler. All right. So now I will go and pay 1 of each and put down 2 settlements. So that'll be 1 of each and 2 settlements. Okay. I have no soldiers.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Checks out, right? But I have a ton of stuff to spend. So, this is so tough right now. Wow. So here, I'll think out loud. Going here for 2 soldiers, that seems like a pretty good idea. But I'm so far behind for majorities over there that here, a vote. Hey, votes matter. I mean, it's 17 points at the end of the game, right? And I think that's the only vote getting place on the board, isn't it?
The only one left.
Yes, indeed.
Is it worth it for 1 vote?
It could swing the whole thing.
It could.
I mean, Greg missed sharing first place last time by 1 vote, right?
Yep.
Oh, no, I guess not.
No, it is more than that.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm thinking is 3 safeguard here. That's kind of sexy as well. And it's protected to a couple up there. But again, I'm so far behind on that, right? Whereas this is the only place where I'm competitive for 1 to be able to get votes. Okay, I talked myself into it. So I will sadly just do that for 1 vote. So we'll see if that was stupid or not, but whatever. And you know what? Actually, I will go there to cover up the safeguard. Okay, I'm cool with that. So there's that. Then for my secondary, I think we could go military because that I am almost out of resources, but we have a bunch of stuff about to trigger. This I figure is going to pop here soon momentarily. So I could, yeah, I think I have to. So I will place my leader here. All right, so let's see. I will take the freebie. I will, oh wow, I don't have any resources. You know what? Let's back that up. So instead, I think what we will do, instead of putting them there, is I will actually put it up here.
Get in on that action.
Yeah, that way at least I'm second right now, right? Yeah. So that means I get some stuff over here.
Like you prevent a breach, which I would very much appreciate.
But I kind of want to show folks what a breach looks like. But there's no way you guys are going to let that happen.
I'm going to try not to, so.
Well, and the reason is because whoever triggers it loses 2 points per dino that breaches, right? And so people don't want to trigger a breach. So I want to guarantee myself a couple of kills. So I think, actually, I want safeguard. Damn it. All right, fine. I'll go there and get a safeguard. 2 safeguard. 2 because it's my leader. Yep. Done. Whew. Ken, you're up.
Okay. I don't really love what I'm going to do this turn, but I got some stuff I absolutely have to do. So I'm going to do some real inefficient garbage actions and I'm going to like it.
Garbage actions.
So I'm going to take the neutral backpack and play it in the roll 1 die area of the ration spot under sustenance.
Right here. Okay.
Yep.
So that's going to be the gentle die.
Yep.
I'm really shocked that we haven't triggered.
I am too. 2 tramplers. We're running low on tramplers right now, which is pretty funny to me. I was like, nah, I won't need that many. Ooh, or maybe we will. Okay. So 2 rations.
2 food.
Yep.
Yeah, I hate that action, but I absolutely positively have to have some food because now I'm going to place my leader in the expansion area.
Okay, so here.
Yep. And I am going to turn that white die into a red die with 1 food.
So with 1 food here. So there, you're going to turn the hammer.
Yep.
Okay, so the last one there, and that will turn into a hammer here for you. So then it is per red die that is on the board, which I'm pretty sure is 3. That's 3 points. So you're at 60, sir.
Take it.
Greg, you're up.
Okay, so first I have to do my very first patrol.
Oh, you in fact do. I'm not used to this. So you
I
have...
can do our test game.
Yep, 2 and 2 up there. So you're going to draw 2 and then get your leader back. So I'll just go and grab your leader now. So Phoenix comes back and it's going to be 2 and 2. So 1, 2 and 1, 2. And there, it's complete after this, so this is the only thing, and you get to keep up to 2 of those.
Ooh, that's a rough one. I'm gonna take the one on the left for sure.
Okay, so there's that, and 1 point. Okay.
Can I see my supplies?
Absolutely. So now, here, I will show you what it is after doing that, and I will give you your 1 point while I'm at it. You're at 52. Okay.
Back to the cards. Yeah, I don't think it's worth the 2 story for the 2 Valor, and I don't think it's worth risking a second heavy for 1 Valor and 1 Vanguard safeguard when
You can
I
get
could
the
just take
Valor for free.
the free Valor.
So free Valor?
Free Valor.
Okay. And no, Phoenix doesn't have a bionic arm. It's like a net type thing for those asking at home. I figure I would. So it's just like a little thing attached to her wrist. So it's a net, looks like. Okay. So you got your stuff. So now your turn. That's what you have. I will clear all of that off your board and everything.
Oh, I have to roll 1 for the.
Oh, you do?
First.
Check that.
Yep.
I apologize. All right. So
I have to roll 4, 5, or 6, I think.
Yep. All right. So here for that. It's a 9. No, it's a 6. All right. There you go. You survived. I am rolling really gently.
You have crushed the rolls.
I have.
Yeah,
you guys
thank you
cannot complain about that.
Now there was a 1 on that die until you rolled 1 for yourself.
Well, inevitably. I mean, if anyone's going to, I mean, I'm going to take it for the team. You know me. It's the way I roll. All right. So that will then go there. And your honor, sir. Whew.
Okay.
All right.
How many spots are left in the training dino area? Is it
Oh, sorry. Training. 3. Okay, so there's
3.
1, 3, 1, 3.
Wow. All right.
Oh boy.
I think I really need to get involved in some of these. So put my megaphone in the top one on
1 trampler.
1 trampler.
Okay. I'm a trampling dino. Okay.
Give me a free dude. Turn one of my new resources into a heavy.
Done.
And spend a story to put 2 people out.
All right. So the story comes out, and it does not have to be the 2 that you just purchased. So there you go. That's where you're at. Okay. So you have 3 and 3. You're able to place 2 of them, and they can be anywhere. So follow your heart.
All right, we're gonna put 1 heavy in the expansion area in the top right.
1 heavy in the expansion area in the top right. There, get you a Valor. Done. That's 1.
And we're gonna put another heavy in the Valor area in the sustenance on the right.
Okay, so another heavy in sustenance in Valor on the right. Same thing right there.
Yep.
All right, so that will be another Valor. Done.
And
all right.
My secondary action is going to be to put out 2 more soldiers.
Yep, I figured. Okay, all right. So you have 3 light and a heavy left.
We're going to put a heavy in the safeguard on the left in sustenance.
There, which is 1 safeguard. Okay, you're at 3 Valor and 1 safeguard now, and now it's going to be a light because that's all you have left. Stay
and
away
we're going
from
to
the
put
light.
that. Ooh, you know, it's rough. I could just let you guys take that and take second for that. I'm going to put the light in the training area in safeguard in the middle.
He says with confidence. 2nd safeguard, done. My turn. All right, so here we go. So I get to keep 3 of these bad boys, plus I get 2 and 2. I really expected this to trigger. I'll be on before that. So that's going to peg out, and that's going to peg out. Never seen that. So it's going to be, I draw 4 heavy, and I can keep 3 of them. So heavy here. 1, 2, and shuffle. Yeah, you guys are about to see a metric crap ton of dinos coming in. Okay.
I think there's a guarantee 1 attack.
Whew. Here we go. All right, so I can keep 3 of these. I may keep 3 of these. All right, so let me put these in order. Those are roll 3s, roll 4, roll 6. Is 6 points worth of heavy? Yes. So there's one. I have almost no resources. You know, I will say the fact that none of these give Valor or Safeguard is amazing to me.
Yeah, you could just throw those away, but these are all stuff you need.
I know, right?
Also points, right? If you don't use them, they're points. So.
Yep.
I think I keep these 3 and just roll the dice and get rid of that. I think so. Quite literally, roll the dice. All right, so that is going to be... What do I need more? Food or modern resource? I think... Honestly, I need both. So this one will be one of each, I think. There. And then... So I don't need politics. I'm unlikely to sue, am I? You know what? I'm going to take a food on that one, and then I will take 9 followers. That seems good. So there we go. That 9 followers. And then I will roll. So give me just a moment. So 938 is 47.
Hey, look who's competitive.
Yep, somebody's closer. But here we go. I need to roll a 3, 4, and 6, respectively. So, okay, easy enough.
You got this.
That's, so going left to right, obviously. I'd love to lie, but no. So that's safe. Nope. Yeah, buddy.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Only lost one.
Heavy.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right. There, so these 3 come back. Man, I have loved my patrols.
Yep.
I really have. All right. So
really
now,
fun part of the game for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so that can go back. Wow. All right. I mean, I want to trigger some stuff with this. With 6 and 6. All right.
You think you almost have to?
Well, yeah, but where?
You could. Interesting. You have the resources to put out some.
You know
walls.
what? Since I haven't done anything since, I'm gonna trade that in, actually, for a modern resource instead. Right? Let me look.
Yeah, it was modern resource.
Yeah, it was a modern resource, so yeah. Okay. Because now I know what I'm going to do. So, all right. So I will take a hammer. Oh, no. I want to do... oh. And I don't have my leader, because my leader's out there. Because I wanted to do this, but I wanted to trigger... I wanted to be able to put out walls. Actually, no, I don't have to trigger it. Okay, I'll still do it, though. I will go ahead and use my hammer to put out a trampler, so I don't have to trigger it. So there, and then I'm going to go ahead and spend both modern resources and my story to put out 2 walls. And get 2 points. That's 49. Yeah. So the 2 walls now come tumbling down. All right, so I think we're pretty protected, but I will go ahead and be a team player, and I will put 1 there. And I mean, I do have an investment here. But I don't have stuff in everywhere. So what I'm thinking is I could put a wall here to help out with that, but there's a heavy there and a heavy there, which is going to take care of 2 of them, and the wall should kill the raptor.
If anything, the training area is the most
right, and that's the only place I don't have somebody right? To be able to then be able to do the combat rewards. So, all right, I'll be a team player.
Yeah, because no matter what, I think Ken's triggering it.
I think at this point, pretty much. So there we go. And that was my main. And then my secondary, I have soldiers. So I have 3 heavies at this point. So I think okay, if I did that there. If I do that, that's going to kill somebody, but all right. So I will place 2 heavy or place oh, wait. I now have 3 walls and a trap. That's 4. That's 2 points. Getting that. Oh God, I really I'm looking at officers, too. I'm not going to put those out. Instead, I'm going to come down here. And I hate giving... Oh, no, I'm not. Nope, I lied. And we'll go... Oh, but if I put out soldiers, I lose the... I don't want to waste it, so... Done. Ken, you're up.
Oh, that stinks. I'll go ahead and give that a glory to Rome. Not appreciated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Damn it. Okay.
This is so good. I'm really enjoying myself, guys. And apparently about 70 of y'all out there are as well, so yay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and fire up. We'll use our backpack
Okay.
to take the settle action.
All right, so yep, here we go. And here, that sound you heard is the dinos coming. All right, so it's going to be a trampler and a die, but the trampler is the only thing that matters.
Yep.
So, you know what? I feel like for the big one, hold on. We're going to do this proper. Here we go. There. Okay. Okay. There we go.
Yeah. And so
Happy to help, Nick.
I'm going to spend food in order to place a settlement out.
Okay, 1 settlement. You have 2 left after this, sir.
Thank you. And so I will, God, really hate all of everything about everything in terms of my choices.
Quality game, then.
I will place it on the influence spot of the military track.
Oh.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so that got me 2 points. Sort of.
What's up?
Got me 2, but I lost 2.
It took away. Yeah.
So it's a net 0 for me. Okay. All right, and your secondary, good sir?
And my secondary probably ought to be to put soldiers out.
Oh, you think? Oh.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
I'm feeling like I should do that. Yeah, those are the ones. Unbelievably, I only have 1 more action in this entire game. So let's put 1 in the valor spot in the protection area, the middle.
Okay. in protection, valor, middle, there. That's one.
Yep.
Okay.
And let's put one in the safeguard spot. No, not there.
Okay.
On the right column of the training.
Safeguard right there. All right. So you are at 5 and 5 right now. Okay. And that was your turn.
Dino Attack.
Yep. Here we go. Game on.
Dino fight.
All right. So here we go. Trap phase. I'm pretty sure there are no traps out there on that. Okay. So no traps, but there are a couple of walls. All right. So by the way, this is the 3D mini here. I don't know. There you go. So of the trampler. I'll show this up close a lot later. But yeah. I just thought that would be fun for that. So that goes there. So 2 walls. All right. So we will do this left to right. So wall here, wall here. And I think I can. There we go. So that gives you a valor. I'm sorry. It gives you a safeguard, and you are capped on safeguard. And that one will die. And next one. Same. And that one will die, but you get nothing for it.
Well, I get a dead dinosaur, so there's that.
There. Well, fair point. I stand corrected. All right, so here we go. A moment. Let me bust this out here like this. So this guy is going to kill both these, and he dies a hero.
Dies in the process.
Because the raptor.
Yep.
Okay, so there. And I'm going to do like so. Okay. Then here we'll kill that, and he dies there.
Yep.
I kill this one as my leader, and then this one kills both of them. So red does not get either because he's in the back row.
But he lives to fight another day.
But he does live to fight another day. So this guy comes over there. All right, so here is where we're at on this. So I killed 1 trampler, 2 tramplers, 3 tramplers, and 2 raptors. And then it looks like you are the active player, right?
Yep.
So to the left of the active player, because we are tied 1-1, so it goes first, second, third here. Okay. So combat rewards. So real quick, Greg, you have 3 valor and 2 safeguard. I'm pegged at 6 apiece, and you're at 5 and 6 respectively. Ken. All right, here we go.
So I get to go first here?
In fact, you must. You can pass if you would like to.
I don't think I'm going to pass.
Okay, but I'm just giving it as an option. You can pass. This is going to be intense.
I'll spend 2 valor to place a settlement.
Okay, and just
Lord Rome.
Okay, and real quick, just as a quick reminder, these are stories for this one. Okay, so let me mark it up. Over under was 4.5, wasn't it? So we're at 3. All right, so that's a settlement coming out for red. So you have, this is your penultimate settlement, red. Okay.
Yep.
Go for it.
It must go.
It has to go in that area.
Has to go here.
Yeah. So I don't think it really matters. I'll put it in the lowest influence spots.
All right. So right there. Okay.
Actually, you know what? Change that up. I'll put it in the 3 safeguard spot.
All right, 3 safeguard. Moving on up. A little Jefferson action there. All right. Right.
I will take 2 safeguard for the other settlement.
All right, so hold on real quick. I didn't spend this for you guys. So 2 here and 2 safeguard. Well, that's all your safeguard?
Yep.
There.
That's why I yelled at him.
And that will be... you have 4 left. So, okay. And where are you placing this one? And it has to be in here.
Double story.
All right. Wow. Okay. Huh. All right. Well. I mean, it's not sexy, but it's 4 points because I can't see a reason to do anything else. So,
Yeah, it's
2 valor for there, for 4 points. That'll be at 53.
All right, and I can spend 2 valor to get 2 points per dead raptor, right?
Right here, 2 points per dead. That'd be 4 points, sir.
Yeah, let me hold off on that actually, because I don't think you guys didn't kill any raptors, right?
No, but we can take it.
Okay, well, I'll let you spend 2 valor that way if you want to. I will. I'll spend a valor and a safeguard. I still have 2 valor after that, right?
Yep.
Here's where you're at right now before you take this action. 3
Yeah.
and 6, respectively.
Okay, I'll spend a valor and a safeguard for double story.
So I'm going to break it down and tell a little story. Straight out the box. Gangster category. Sorry. All right. And Greg, you were at 3 valor and 2 tramplers.
I will spend a valor to get a soldier.
And hold on. I really need to remember to spend that. And a valor.
For a soldier.
Oh, hold on. A valor for a soldier. There. Okay, yeah, I did right. Okay, so now you get a soldier here. There we go.
Yep.
So what do I want to do? Okay, so I can't sacrifice because it's just my leader. I can get a soldier, I guess, for that. 2 stories probably makes sense. That's going to help for placing soldiers, potentially. Wow, this really is kind of for me. I just realized this. But is it worth 2 stories? I don't think so. Is it worth 1 store or 1 to be or to get a soldier? Right? So either a story there or there is what I think we end up going with. And I have 2 actions left. Who triggered this? This was Ken, right?
Yep.
I only have 1 turn left? No, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I have 2 turns left. I think I will take the story. Okay, so I will take the story for that. Sorry, that took There. What?
I was really counting on you passing that last one.
Say again?
Why would he pass?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was never going to happen. All right. So these go away. Again, no breach. We are doing an excellent job of protecting our settlement, gents. All right. So return dead soldiers. So these guys are both dead. And dinos. Dynamite. They return. They return. Uh-oh. What were you at? 2, I think.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, there. Face-up traps, there were none. Done. So that was Dino. Greg, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going to get 2 turns left, which is important. Because I'm going to spend this one triggering an attack. And, all our soldiers and leaders come back.
Oh, true.
Oh, all the, yeah. Thank you. Okay, so here, I apologize. There, soldier. There, and that's an important one. I apologize. Okay, thank you.
You zoom in on the military area.
Uh-huh. There you go.
Okay.
While you're thinking, hey, if you guys are enjoying this, give it a thumb. I certainly appreciate it. Subscribe. You can go to pledgehc.com, support the show. I certainly would appreciate it. All right?
Put my backpack
All right.
in the bottommost area. Yeah.
Down here?
In the military. No, in the military.
Oh, I apologize. So right here.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a trampler and...
One other thing, it doesn't matter.
Trampler. All right.
Oh, nice.
So... All right.
Okay. So... Well, no, let me see what I have for military. I have 1 heavy, right?
You do. You have 1 heavy, 3 light. You have 1 food and 1 heavy modern resource.
Okay, so I don't want that light.
Okay.
What I want is
Sorry.
It's fine. Turn the modern resource into a heavy.
All right. Done?
I'm going to lose a point and put out and gain a story.
And then use the story to put out 2?
2, yeah.
All right. So you're down to 51. There. And you're going to put out 2. And what are they both heavy?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell me what you're doing.
I'm going to put a heavy in the right of the military training area.
Okay. So this one?
Yep.
That will get you a valor. Okay.
And I'm going to put a light in the middle.
Another valor. Okay. So there. And then for your secondary.
I'm going to put her in the safeguard.
Yep. So you're getting 2 safeguard for your leader.
Correct.
All right. Dino Attack. Here we go. All right. So no traps. We haven't put out any more traps, have we? We have not.
No.
So this is going to be les walls, which is French for the wall, up here. That was really ugly. That's 2 safeguard, though. So hold on. There. That was there. That was there. There we go. 2 safeguard and the dino die. So there comes to me, and 2 safeguard. I lose 1 of them because I'm maxed. Okay, and here we go. All right, so protection. So dead, 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 and dies from the raptor.
Yep.
Okay, so all of these come to Greg. Oh, God. That is 5 and 1, respectively. Okay, I'm just going to move them over here so I don't have to move them twice because I'm getting lazy. All right, so it is this area here. You know what? I just realized what I should be doing for this. So here, it's this region here. Yeah. Makes it easier for me to track, all right? So it's obviously Greg is leading, and then 1 and 1, and I am to the left of the person triggering it. So it'll go 1, 2, 3 in that order, okay? So Greg, you have 4 and 2 respectively. I have 4 and 6, 2 and 5 respectively, all right, fellas?
Yep.
Here we go. Greg.
Jeez. I think the best thing to do is to use my 2 whatever I have the most of.
2 valor?
Safeguard, 2 valor to get a, yeah.
Okay. So
dealer's choice.
Put it where I feel?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean, I do the smart one.
It doesn't matter.
I know, so I'll go there. All right. Okay, so mine simply comes down to math, I think. So if we look at this, this is the only area. Oh, it has to come here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
3 to 5. So it's 4 for red, 5 for blue, and it would be 3 for yellow. Could be most 4 for yellow. So the best I could do is tie for second, which gets me exactly nothing, but it protects Ken from getting anything, I guess. Honestly, I'll let them battle it out there, so it doesn't make sense for me to go to that location, to go here to the last spot. So what else makes sense? So this is a couple of light soldiers. I killed 1. I guess I do this again for 4 points. Yeah. I guess so. I mean, I'm just working through what, Makes the most sense. So that's 57. Ken, you're up.
I will definitely spend 2 safeguard to place a settlement.
Yep, I figured. And that is your last settlement. Okay.
I know.
All right.
I think there's only 1 spot left there, right?
Literally, that's it. Yeah. Okay. So, Greg, you're at 2 and 2 respectively.
I think I'm gonna save them, and I'm gonna kill 1 soldier to get 5 points.
I bet you are.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So here, he killed 5 of them, so he gets 5 points, and that is here. So I assume it's going to be a light one. So we'll do that. That's going to be 5 to 56. All right. So for yours truly, I have 2 and 6 respectively. This is for a couple of soldiers. This could get me. I mean, I already have that. This just isn't terribly sexy. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so hold on. So I'm not going to kill him or use him. So I need those. How can I do this? Give me just a second. I'm working through this. I need to be able to do that and then do that. Right? I have 2 actions left. So if I did that, and then I did that, that gets that and that. Okay. Which gets me that, which then I can do that. And maybe that legitimately gives me a shot. Okay. I know sorry guys,
No, you're good, man.
I actually feel like maybe I have a chance right now, so I'm trying to be smart about this. So this is soldiers. Golly, do I just save them? It just feels gross. No, I'm not going to save them. I might as well just get some soldiers, because otherwise I feel like I'm going to waste it. So I will use a safeguard there. So here, and that gets me a light. Done. And Ken?
Do the same thing, but in the different space. I'm going to use the safeguard to get a light soldier. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There. All right. So this is all done.
Oh, don't forget to spend it.
Did I not? Thank you. For some reason, I struggle with that. All right. So there's that. Done. Dinos go away. There. Here. Died. Leader comes back. Safe and safe. Okay. Wall stays there. All those dinos cleared. Dinos cleared. Dinos cleared. What else? Traps. Done. All right. So you triggered that, correct, Greg?
Yep, so it's your turn.
Okay. So I know exactly what I'm doing.
It's really neat that we end up with exactly as many die as we have turns left. Of our own, I mean.
Oh.
No, that's not true.
No, it's not. I get his second one.
Oh. I mathed it wrong.
Math. All right, so I will. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's be kind of nasty. I will spend 2 points because I'm going to spend 2 points, so I might as well, because I have to 55.
Yep.
And I will, without overthinking this, I have no idea what Ken's going to do. I probably should know it, but I'm going to use his hammer, I think, because military, maybe, but I'm going to use his hammer to go, oh, I don't have to trigger that, but I want to. Right. So I will place here. So that's going to put out a trampler and scary die, and it's just the top one. So 2 tramplers.
So 3 tramplers.
Well, yes, but only spots for 2 because, sorry, 2 tramplers right there. Everything else was full. I apologize. And that will get me, that's why I didn't want to do that yet. if I may back that up, I
Yeah.
apologize. I'm going to do the exact same action.
Next time.
But instead, that will end up a raptor. I apologize. And I will show you why here in a minute. So I will get my two. I already paid for my die. Let's do it that way. So I will go there and do that. Okay. So it's same either way. But yeah, you know what? I will get my points. I will pay them again. Then I will come here. And I will have gotten 2 salvage. And I will immediately spend 2 salvage and that for 2 and 2 respectively. So that's 59 and 2 walls out. That will go 1 there. Oh.
You're going to lose a lot of
God,
points.
I can't. Damn it.
Well, no, he might not.
No, he will.
Placing the guy, so yeah, that's right.
No, I can't do that, can I? You're right.
If you give me a minute, I'll place some soldiers over there, and then you can do it with your next action.
Yeah, right. All right, fine. Damn it. All right. I'm not going to back it all up, but you're right. Forgot about that whole trampoline thing. So instead...
You could just not trigger it. You could go to the 1 trampler spot.
Yeah.
I cannot.
You could. You just lose 2 points for it.
How?
If you're taking the 2 modern resources, you can go to the 1 trampler spot, right?
No, because they match. And
right.
You have to go there.
So take a different die.
You have to pay. You're gonna have to pay eventually anyway. So.
And it's not likely that we'll intentionally take your die. And
I
not
understand,
take
but I don't want to put a 3rd red there. Or a 4th red there.
That's true.
So instead, I think what I can do, so I have dead, safe. So I need 1, and I need 2. So I need to be able to place 3, and I can only place 2. So is it worth it for me to have that? You know what? We're going to stay on this. I'm still going to trigger it, but instead of going there, I'm going to go there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I will go ahead and I will get a free light for 1. I will spend a point because I'm going to need it anyways to get a story, and then I'll immediately spend it to place 2. So now 1 will get through. And I don't mind if it's a trampler that gets through. So, yeah, it's worth it to me. So up here, I will go ahead and place that there, which will get me 1 valor. And then I will place, damn it. Raptor's going to come through, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
At least 1.
2.
No, just 1.
Oh, yeah, just 1's going to come through.
And then I will place this right there, which will be another valor. There. All right.
So if the walls work, this will be great.
Right. If the walls work, so here we go. All right. So there's no traps. So we're going to roll attack. Here we go. So walls, you better do your damn job. So red wall first.
Wall. Safeguarding a dead dino. I'll take it.
All right. So there, and you will get that one. Then, big roll for me. There we go. And 2 safeguard, but 1's lost. So there, and I kill a raptor. So then, here kills this to me. Then here kills this.
Yep.
And then he gets through.
Yep.
And then here kills both of these.
Does die in the process, though.
That's all right. It was worth it. Died a hero. All right,
Yes, he
so
did.
it is 3 and 2, respectively. But we have our first rampaging dino. Woohoo! I'm just doing this, or breaching dino. I did this for you at home. You're welcome. Okay, so here we go. All right, if any dinos are still alive after the fight, they are. So each trampler removes the topmost settlement. Nope, it's a raptor. So then, raptors attack settlements from top to bottom, one each. So in other words, he's going to attack the blue settlement right here.
Oh, no.
Oh, hold on. So the blue settlement right there, okay? So, and they're going to lose 2 followers that get eaten by the raptor, all right? So that will be 54. But then, unfortunately, the active player loses 2 followers for each breaching dino. That was the step that, all right, that's all right. So Ken gained 2 points on us collectively, but it was still worth it for the folks at home because I love you guys. All right, so then set aside 1 grateful citizen token for each breaching dino. So in other words, 1 can't be distributed, and then return the breaching dinos to the supply. So the raptor then gets caught, I guess. All right, so
it just runs away.
Yeah, or runs out back, right, and says, ah, all right, and goes away. So one of these will go away. I'm just going to set it in front of me. So now, because, again, a 3-player game, there are a total of 5 available. So in other words, I get 3, Greg gets 2. I'm okay with that. So for my, and again, it is this area. So I will go ahead and spend 2 safeguard to go right there to place a settlement. And the settlement must go into this location. And I will go ahead and place that in the place 3 soldiers spot. Yeah, cool, done. Greg, you have
Ken.
2 and 2.
No, it's me.
Sorry, Ken, I apologize. You have 2 and 3. And did
So
I?
I'll go ahead and cash those 2 valor for 4 points.
All right, so there, and that'll be 4 points. So you're at 64. Okay. So then I will go ahead and spend 2 valor. Wait a minute. You don't have any valor left for that
True.
spot. So I can wait. And this...
He also doesn't have any settlements left.
Fair point. I knew that, actually. I just... So I killed 2 and 2. So I have 2 actions left. It's going to be this, and it's going to be that. So it doesn't matter. So I will do that. So that's going to cost me 2 valor. I killed 2 raptors, so that's going to be 4 points all day. So that's 2, and that gets me up to 60. Greg, sorry, Ken.
Yeah, I don't know if I should spend anymore.
While you're thinking, to answer the question from me here, the raptor does not attack the red settlements. No, 1 dino comes through, and 1 raptor kills the top, or kills followers from the 1 each per settlement. So if 2 raptors made it through, then the second one would have attacked that one. Okay, all right.
All right, I thought about it, and I'll spend a safeguard for a light soldier.
All right, so a safeguard there. I was hoping you didn't spend any more and give me both those bad boys. So there, that will go here. So you're done. So I'm just clearing those off. And then for my last one is going to be 2 valor. So my last 2 valor to go ahead and place another settlement, which now is going to give me the most out here. And I feel like that's probably a pretty safe location. So we'll go ahead and put it there. Done. That's all of them. So that will clear off. These bad boys come back. And the one that I set aside comes back into play now because it was just for the rampaging dino. Sorry, breaching dino. I can see the head. All right, so there's that. 2 raptors. All of those. This guy died a hero. Boy, did he. That comes back. This comes back there. Done. Done. Am I forgetting anything else? Traps, combat rewards. Nope, done. That was a hell of a good turn. I'm happy with that. Okay, cool.
Nice turn. Nice turn.
All right, so Ken, your final action of the game. Make it a doozy, sir.
Of the game.
One thing I do want to tell everybody at home is even if you have a patrol that is in work, it doesn't trigger until the beginning of your next turn. In Ken's case, he won't get another turn. So at the beginning of the assembly, of the final assembly, it will complete. So either you will just do one segment of it, or if it's just a one segment, you will complete that one segment. I'm not dropping hints, Ken. Just wanted to tell everybody that.
Yep. Yep. Fair enough. I can't really see what those things are.
Oh, I apologize. I'm failing in my one job. Okay.
It's a hard choice. I think probably the right thing to do. Oh, this is so interesting. Edward, did you realize you got to place my die with your last action?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're not going to place it over there.
Yeah, there is less than 0 chance it's going to the protection area.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't want to telegraph, but yeah, no, not happening, dude.
Yeah.
Watch Edward just put in the pub.
Hey, it's points.
Probably the right thing is...
And I'm enjoying this.
Man.
I know I'm not supposed to say, but because it's sponsored, but legitimately, I'm having a blast with this.
Woo! This is such a hard choice.
Which I love, right? That's the whole point of why we do this.
Oh.
It's running a little longer than I anticipated, but it's worth it to me.
All right. I will place in the military. I'll place my megaphone.
Okay.
In the military area.
All right. So
secure your lead.
In the one trampler.
Okay. One trampler, which means it's a cow's opinion. It's that's trampler noise for its moot. Okay.
And I will definitely spend but will I?
I don't know.
I won't, actually. I think
Complete sentences. Who are you, me?
I think you just get the free soldier?
I'm thinking I might just get the free soldier, yeah.
By the way, I misspoke. I meant, so it's after the last assembly, before final scoring is what I meant. So thanks for the fix. There you go. Yep. I knew what I meant. Remember, it is a maximum of 3. It is not, you must take 3.
Yep. So I'm definitely taking the free soldier because that's a point.
Okay. By the way, just FYI, if you put stuff out top, that's points too, or that's for majority. Remember, don't forget.
Does that work? It does work for majority if I put stuff out in the top?
Yeah, because provided it remains there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's 8 and 3, respectively.
All right. So then I'll spend because let's see what's up there right now.
It's 3 to 3 to 2 right now. 3 yellow, 3 red, and 2. Don't worry, I'll beat you, but you might be able to secure second place.
Well, if I put 4 out, I'm not sure if you're going to beat me.
Okay, all right.
I will put 2 out. I'll put 2 out in.
So you're spending the story, right?
Yeah, I'll spend a story.
Okay.
And I'll put a heavy and a light out in the expansion area, and they'll both go in valor spots behind walls.
I don't think it really matters which one, so that will be 2 valor for you, sir. Done.
Yep.
And your secondary?
So that's also 4 points. So my secondary will be to place 1 red cube on the chief steward.
And chief steward will come down here. And you are done. Dun, 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 dun. See what I did there? All right,
I
cool.
think that was the most points you... Yeah.
All right, Greg, final action.
So I just want to see the patrol cards.
Patrol cards, yes, sir. All right, they are right there. See them?
No.
3 soldiers and 2 soldiers, respectively. 3 points in a story. This will get you
4
2
points.
cards and 4 cards and a safeguard, and that's it, because you will only get the left side.
This one. All right. Then let me see if there's something else. It's rough because I need to see what those are before I could make a choice.
No, you're fine, dude. Go for it. Hey, Vince.
Doing the patrol is more likely to get me something. So put my hammer in the patrol area.
All right, so there, and that will trigger, right?
No, my hammer, not the red one.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I knew it wasn't my color. So, all right, there. So we will roll, and this is the gentle. So finally, they're going to come over and cause this to actually happen. So it is a raptor.
Yeah. I think he was dead anyway. So, yeah,
Yep.
he's dead.
Dead guys.
And I think I'm gonna put out my...
Well, hold on. Which patrol first?
So 4 guaranteed points versus potential for more. Yeah, I'll take the potential for more.
All right, so uninvited guests, or guests, singular, just 1. All right, so it requires 3 of your soldiers, sir. And what kind would you like?
Put them all on.
Oh, okay. All right, so 2 heavies and 3 lights. All right, and for your secondary action, before they attack?
So I put it in the wall area. I don't have any resources. Oh, I think my best bet is to actually put my hero in the sustenance area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to the pub.
That's
Okay.
points.
That is.
That's 4
So,
points.
all right, so here, so this is the first time we abused the hell out of the pub last game. Didn't use it at all this game. So you're going to get 1 story and then 1 in addition to 1 per die that you have. So you have, it looks like 1, 2, 3. So 3 plus 1 is 4 stories. That's 4 points. This is actually going to be tighter than I thought it was going to be, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right, you better hope my wall works. Okay.
Check, no. It's only 2 points if it fails, so I'm not so concerned.
It'd be minus 4 points for you. So, here we go.
Whatever.
All right, so, wall, I kind of want it to fail. Kind of. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. It succeeded. And I get a safeguard. So I get 1 safeguard, and the wall worked. So it will kill that raptor. And then these 2 are dead by him, and those 2 are dead, but he dies a hero there. There we go. So he gets all 4 of them. So it's 2 and 2. We'll just remember that. Easy enough. And Greg and I...
Pesky dinos, guys.
Say again?
Good job cleaning off those pesky dinos.
Right? Seriously. All right. So now, combat rewards. Greg, you were at 2 and 2.
Yeah, I'm going to take 2...
and I'm at 0 and 5, respectively. Okay? All right.
2 safeguard. And put her on the shelter.
Shelter?
The... Oh my god, what are they called?
Settlements?
Settlements.
All right. So which one?
The safeguard.
Glory to Rome, dude.
That's the whole point of taking it.
You're so dirty. I hate you so much right now.
But there was only 1 spot anyway.
You are so horrible. I hate you so bad. All right. So the only spot will go there. And that will go there, which means I cannot. Okay. So that is 5-4, or 5-3 right now. You're a terrible human. And this is food. And I have no. Okay, so I could get a food. I can get a lot of food. It's points. But sets. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can do that to get a soldier. Points. Can't do that because I don't have it. And I can't sacrifice that. So, ugh. So I will get a food to start. There. So 1 food. Done. Your turn.
I will use my 2 Valor to get 4 points, and you can decide which way I get the 4 points.
So,
Either Raptors or...
All right,
yeah.
so 58. That was not nearly as...
Man, this is so close.
Yeah, we actually have to do the math at the end.
For sure.
All right, so if I did 3, 1, 2, 3, that would give me a soldier and another food. So I will do... You're out of resources, so you're done, right?
Well, no, I can kill the soldier.
Oh, you can. So I will go there for a soldier. Done. Your turn.
And I'll kill a soldier for 2 points, because it's only worth 1, so I might as well.
There, and this guy dies. And remember, per the rules written, can't, but the publisher said we could. And you killed 2. Oh, sorry. You killed 2, so that's going to be 2 points. So you're at 60. 60, 60, 64.
Jeez.
Okay. So then I will spend 2 more safeguards. So that's going to be a total of 3. 1, 2, 3, because I forgot to move it last time. And that will get me another food. Done. All right. So that is that. So the raptor will come home. There, 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 there. These guys are dead. And here we go. So you're at 5.
Last action game.
Yep. Okay. So you
presents.
say again.
Where are you going to give me extra presents? I would prefer to go in the fortification.
So
area.
now I have to spend my 2 points to use your die. I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
58 because I did put them back.
Protection. Anywhere in protection.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
You could use it to change the neutral die to a yellow.
Oh, I can. Oh, but that
I don't think it helps.
it doesn't help because you put your leader there. Okay, so I paid for it already. There's no way I can trigger dinos. So I have a ton of resources. Oh, hold on. Again, y'all had one job. Three valor. Don't sleep. Oh,
Do you have
that's
3 safeguard?
I know I have 2.
That's 4 points.
That's 4 points. All right. So let's see. I'm not gonna AP too bad on this. So let's see. If I put it over here, that would be the patrol. I would spend at my story to be able to get that. So there's that.
Yep.
It's more than 4 points because you also have the bonus card.
What? No, there's no bonus card.
The military guy.
That one doesn't have any bonus cards.
No. You have the chief.
Oh, right.
Security.
Oh,
which
right.
gives you
That right.
For each.
Yep. So, oh, you know what? I need stories. Oh. Okay. Let me think this through out loud. If I went here and I would get a bunch of stories, I then could spend 4 stories to put down potentially 3 cubes.
Yeah, on the same spot, but yeah.
Meaning here. That seems pretty good. Yep, that's what we're going to do without overthinking it. So, I already paid the 2 points for this, so I'm just going to go down here. It's going to put out a raptor, which doesn't matter. And because I'm going to get second, because no, we will tie for it. That's even better. Or, oh, no, I won't. I will get second. Oh, I don't know if I want to take it from Greg, though. 4 points.
I would like you to take it from Greg.
I know. Sorry, guys. Ah! So here's the thing, okay? With my secondary action, I can either put down 3 cubes here to take first, and it would give me another resource, whatever. And I would take first for this. And that would give me 9 points as opposed to like 4. So that's a gain of 5 plus the resource 6. But I could put 2 up top, and that would tie me up top, but that doesn't, no, I'm going to stay on target. So here we go. So the pub is going to be 1 plus 1 per my color dice. So that is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 2, 3, 4. Yep. I'm going to spend all 4, as I just mentioned, to come down here to place.
That's an amazing move.
3 there. That clears. And both Greg and I, or I'm sorry, Ken and I each get that.
There we go.
And then there. So I'm not trying to king make. I'm actually trying to win this. So there we go. And that's it.
Would it be better to keep the 2?
Maybe, but we're going to go with it. All right.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. Oh, yeah. Hold on. This should have gone away as well.
Oh, sure.
But would that have mattered? Would that have mattered?
You could have put a settlement down in 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You wouldn't have tied. You'd be in the same spot.
All right, then yeah, then we're good. All right, so we do have an active. Nope, check that. We're doing assembly first. I apologize. So here we go. This is going to be super exciting, at least for me, because I don't know how this works. So here we go. We're gonna determine majorities first. So here we go. So coming here. All right, so majority here looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1 to 3. So blue gets this. So blue will get that there. Here, pretty sure it's red, but maybe not. Here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for red, and 3 for yellow. So red gets that one. Here, it's clearly going to be red with this die down here. So there you go. Red gets that one. And finally, I get one. Yay! There we go. All right. So before anyone decides, I'm at 1 vote, 0 and 0. And okay. So, and to be clear, I'm in second here. Greg is in second here. Greg is in second here. And Ken is second in here. So remember, they get the opposite of whatever you don't choose, right?
Yep.
Okay. So when everyone is ready, let me know. So here, I will put this to where you guys can see. Those are for Ken. And that one is for Greg, and mine is in my hand, and I will show what I'm choosing.
This is tough.
And what we are fighting over is 17 points for first, 7 for second.
I just did the math. Figured out what I can do and not do.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta do this.
You guys are ready?
Ready.
All right, so go ahead and show. Everyone's doing votes. I'm shocked. Okay. All right, said no one ever.
I was one population away from being able to do votes in one and production in the other, but I couldn't quite pull it off.
All right, so here you go. So blue, blue for sustenance is getting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes total. And then I get 1 food because it's a point. Then here, red is getting votes, so it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And Greg gets 1 soldier.
So sad.
Here, red is getting votes, so that is going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you pegged it 19, and you're getting no more, and you will like it.
In your face, I pegged out.
And blue, there you go. And blue will get a story. Okay. Then here, I'm getting votes, which I took a chance just in case. So I'm getting 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus 1 is 9. Oh, that 1 vote does matter. Look at that.
Yep.
Woo! Wow. Did not see that coming. So, red's getting 17 and I'm getting 7. So 17 looks like 81 here. And I'm getting 7, which is 65. Okay. And now Ken has a pretty big lead at this point. All right, so those go back. Hold on. And I took first here. And so red should get 1 modern. Yeah, again, just trying to do it right.
That's what needed most is 1 more modern resource.
Clearly. There, and there. All right. Then
you guys know what thematically what we're doing is like going onto the wrecked cruise ship and like tearing stuff out of the bulkhead, I think.
Oh yeah. Clearly. That's what we're doing, right? All right.
iPads.
All right. So now we have officer scoring. So friendly ties. So I get 2 for this. I'm now in the lead. So Greg, however, gets 4. 3 for these and 1 for that. So keep track of that. Greg gets 4. I get 2 for the chief mate. Chief of security says you get 2 points, red does, for each one of those. So that's going to be a total of 4 for red.
Yep.
And yellow gets half of that, which is 1. So I will get 2. 1 point each. Okay. Then here.
This is where it gets ugly.
Sorry?
This is where it gets ugly.
All right, so now I have a total of how many blue? I have 3 yellow dice, and I do have 6 settlements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I have at least 3 dice. I know this because I have 2 left over, so instead of trying to find them, I know I have that. So I have 3 full sets. 3 sets is 9 points for yellow on that.
Yep.
And then blue gets, what do you have? 3 sets as well, so 9. And half is 4.5, rounded down as 4 for blue. Then red here will get for walls and traps. So 1, 2, 3, and then 2 spent traps for 5. Blue gets half of that. No walls, no traps. Half of 0 is still 0. So that is all the assembly scoring. So now these will reset. It doesn't matter, but again, just trying to be consistent. There. Your leaders come back, but again, none of that matters right now.
You want to know the numbers on those, Edward?
Oh, yeah, please. Go ahead. Start with you. You're at 81?
Yeah, so I got 9.
So 90.
Yep.
Okay, and Greg?
Got 8.
68. And I'm at 65, and how many I get?
13.
I like that. That's 78. Okay. All right, so now we go into almost final scoring. Not quite. So before we do that, we now have Greg's patrol. All right, so his patrol up here says he's going to get to be able to keep 2 cards and a safeguard. So he gets the safeguard, and it's going to be 3 light. 1, 2, 3, don't have to shuffle, and 2 heavy. 1, 2, do not have to shuffle. All right. So, Greg, I'm pulling for you here, legitimately.
I'm going to go for whatever gives me the most points.
I'm shocked. Okay. Hey, Brian. All right. So, that's 2 points.
Oh.
Not good.
Oh,
Not
no.
good.
Oh, no.
And
No. What do I have in my area right now for Vanguard and...
1 safeguard and no valor.
Oh, boy.
So you should take the ones that are guaranteed points, because the other ones you might lose a guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. So go back down.
Yep.
Oh,
wow, that's terrible.
Oh, wow. There's only 1 guaranteed point.
And it's this one. And as long as I don't roll a 1...
No, the middle one, too. So give me a food.
Okay, so here, you get a food.
Yep.
Okay, got it?
And then roll for the...
You're doing this one?
Yeah.
All right, so you get 1 of each. So 1 and 1. We're having some fun. Okay. All right, here we go. Anything but a 1. Oh.
Hey!
Nobody dies. All right, so give me a second to clean those up. All right, so now you're going to get, well, there you go. Going into final scoring, 90 to 78 to 68. So here we go. It is not decided quite yet, but I think it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right, so final scoring, here we go. So 3 players, total current contributions in defense. So 5 up there, 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be 8 for red for 98.
Look at those 2 heroes standing up there in that empty area in expansion.
And 81. Protecting us from nothing. Then 1 for every piece that's still on your board. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Right? Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I apologize. So you're at 81.
Oh, good. That's where Ken was about 15 minutes ago.
Then for me, I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 is 94. Still not enough to catch him. There. And Ken is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 107. So that does flip over to 10. And there you go. And then finally,
Those go up to like 170 or something?
190. Yeah.
Wow.
What? And then 2 points for every set that you have. Complete set, which unfortunately I have 0. So my score is done. And that looks like 2 points here for 83. And 2 full sets is 120 or 111, actually. And there you go. We have 111, 94, 83, decent teacher. Yours truly, decent teacher. All right. And that, folks, was way too long. It felt like, but the thing is, so hold on. We're not going to do it. We're not going to. Yeah, we're not going to do a round table on this because it's a sponsored stream and you guys know how that works. But a couple of things that I wanted to mention is, number 1, didn't feel that long, legit. Like I've been into this completely, totally, right? Number 2 is the teach was a legitimate hour. Plus, we're walking through every single little thing, and I'm having to, and it's 1 person doing this for 3 people. So I'm having to move pieces and everything. So keep that in mind when you look at how long, when you see this video and you're like, oh my God, why did it take 5 hours and 4 minutes to do this?
Yeah.
That's why.
2.5 hours is my guess.
Yeah.
In a real playthrough.
Yeah.
And not to mention, there's also Ken and I can't actually see the board state at all times, so we
there's
do have to.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, can you show me what the patrols are? Yeah.
Yeah. And I tried to do my best on that, to switch the cameras up, to zoom into the various areas as best I could. But, I mean, I think we did a good job of that.
Yeah.
I think we showed how strategic and how tactical both this game can be. And keep in mind, this is chapter 1. So, yeah. I think reasonably for a relatively experienced set of players, I think this is a 2-hour game. Okay. So, yeah. Keep in mind everything, and Vince just mentioned, curious about the component choice for victory trackers. Everything you see is a prototype, and I have no idea what may or may not change during the Kickstarter. That's not we don't know. We're not Mind Clash. So everything you saw, artwork, component-wise, the whole 9 yards is all prototype. So there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Did you show off all the minis you have?
Oh, good call. Thank you. No, I did not. So I will. Yeah. I'm trying to think of this would be probably the best way to do this, I think. Thank you. So we're going to zoom this in way. All right. So, okay. So first off, there you go. Oh, I guess we should show it this way. Okay. Now, again, I don't know if these are final or anything, but there's pretty good detail on this.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that is a trampler, I believe. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Then we have the mini J-Rex. No, it's a Raptor there. Okay. Here. Okay. And then I forget the name of the other ones that are in episode 2.
Is it Steelhead? Is that what it's called?
I think so. So, all right. These guys.
Shield head.
Shield head, because shield.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. So there we go. Okay. All right.
Sweet.
And the last thing, this isn't for this episode, but there is the pyramid.
The temple?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or temple. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. And again, I don't know if these are final or not. And the last pieces that I will show you guys, but I'll show you them in all the colors. I don't have green out because we didn't have green tonight. So we have that. There we go. So the walls actually stand like so. Well, in theory, but there we go.
Yeah.
So, and they're pretty cool looking, like the bricks and stuff on them. Mm-hmm. So there we go. And then we have the settlements, and I will put that on its side so you guys can see those. There you go. And what were these again? Camps?
Tent, is that right?
All right, tents. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
There you go. I do not have leader minis. I only have the dinos and these guys right here. That's all I have. So no leaders. I apologize. All right. All right. So there you go. Yeah, I had a blast with this. I love this. This I just had a blast. So thank you first off to the guys to endure this, because things are obviously awkward because me running a game for 3 people here in person. But I really do appreciate it, both Ken and Greg, so thank you to them. Thank you to Mind Clash for sponsoring the playthrough and sending us the prototype. And thank you to everybody that took time to watch this. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully we helped you guys make an informed decision on whether or not the Kickstarter is going to be a good match for you and your game group. Check out the Kickstarter starting, I believe, on the 7th, but don't quote me on that. The preview page is linked down below in the description. So tonight was episode 1. Okay, so the box here says episode 1 and episode 2, as you guys can see directly below me there. So tomorrow night is going to have me and Ken back, and either J-Rex or Andrew, I'm not 100% sure, for tomorrow night. So join us, same time, start time, so 7:05 p.m. Eastern, which is 01:05 over in Europe, for episode 2. different standalone games. You can combine them. We're not going to combine them because it requires you to play this one twice and then roll it into episode 2. So we are going to treat them as completely independent games. And I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to do a full teach on episode 2 or if I'm just going to talk about the things that episode 2 adds on. So tune in for that tomorrow. All right? There we go. So yeah, July 7th for the Kickstarter. Yeah, good stuff. That was a blast. So thank you again to everybody. You guys have fun? You guys?
Had a blast. Good times.
Yeah, good stuff. All right. So yeah, and Vince says, yeah, I have to say the stream start time was great. More of this. We're trying. All right. So thank you again to everybody. Like, subscribe, support the show over on pledgehc.com if you think the content that we provide here is worth your time and effort. And I will see you in -5, 19 hours. Cool. Have a good time. I'm Edward.
Ken.
And Greg.
All right. You guys have a great rest of your evening, morning, whatever it is. Social distance, wear your mask, be kind to one another, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, that was so tense at the end. Oh, that was good stuff. Oh.
That was nice. That was nice. You think they're saving the dino nukes for episode 4?
Yeah, and they're named Ken bombs. Don't you know that?